Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation!
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy, and ever-changing views, and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
I'm apparently not keeping up with anything tonight, Chris. Well, welcome to Computerized Start Live. I am your forgetful host, Justin D. Morgan. Not only did I forget to copy the updated version of that animation that had the sound level lowered by 5 decibels to not blow out the eardrums of anyone wearing headphones, I forgot to unmute myself when I started talking. So let's see what else I forget to do tonight. Probably everything. But one thing I didn't forget to do today was send Jeremy shipping labels, because he's got a box full of goodies that I hope to get before the end of the month so that I can live stream some of that next month. So, oh, it wasn't too loud. Oh, good. Yes. I found that commercial because everyone knows you got to keep up the Commodore because the Commodore's keeping up with you. And I found the C64 one because there's a couple of them, and that one was the best for tonight's theme. Why? Because I have a C64. Anyways, let's see. Who else am I keeping up with tonight? At least if I can't keep up with the microphone and the updated version of the video, I can at least keep up with my segues to the welcoming you to the live stream. So we have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. We have Kibbles, the Rexonium. Hey, Kibbs. We have Frank S. We have Eric's Edge. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. So hopefully you will get my priority mail envelope when the USPS says it should come to you. That has... I put backup labels in there, Jeremy. They're all the same. So if the first one applies, great. If you screw it up, great. There's a couple extras in it because it was the same price to ship one or multiple. It's actually a flat rate envelope. I could have sent you the whole package of them printed, but I figured that was more than you needed. Haha. We have Retro Tech Chris. Yes. We have Frodo Jedi. And your box is off to you too. I dropped it off at the post office. Let's see here. We have Thomas Armstrong. Yeah, we have myself. Yes, we have everyone letting me know that I forgot to keep up with myself. Sometimes I just go too fast. We have DJ Craze. Welcome. Let's see here. Yeah, I was so excited to get started that I just... And we have Adam McGee. Welcome. All right, channel announcements. Um, all right. Well, I've got the coffee goal. There's the bar meter. Well, okay. So I guess at least I'm having trouble with my webcam placement and trying to point to where it looks like I'm actually. There we go. That looks good. So there's the coffee goal meter. Links in the description. I'm going to be at the System Source swap meet this weekend, and yeah, coffee tips will probably help me buy some extra retro vintage stuff so that I can front load live streams just in case shipping gets disrupted if Teamsters goes on strike, because at least all the distributors are giving warnings on their website of like, hey, you might want to place your order now because after August 1st, it might take longer. So I'm trying to front load a few things. So I do have material, don't worry. If anything, it might just prevent me from being as varietied of a live streamer as I would like in the month of August. But don't worry, even if shipping gets disrupted, I still will have things to live stream. It just may be more Mac and PC and less other cool 8-bit platforms. But we'll see what I might find at the swap meet this weekend. So yeah, if you see me, I will hopefully be wearing my cap and of course my overalls because they're quite practical. They got lots of pockets for when you buy small things at swap meets. So anyways, yeah, just say hi if you see me. I'll definitely be wearing my cap because at the moment you don't want to be seeing me without my cap because my hair's long. Let's see here. Oh yeah. I do know August 10th I will not be live streaming, and I will probably also not be live streaming that following Tuesday. I need to take a couple days off because, well, on August 10th, the my tooth that I'm having problems with will become a it's a ongoing concern will end. We'll put it that way. So yeah, although I'll put it this way, if I am bored out of my wits, I might do I'm not going to promise it cuz I might feel totally awful and just want to go to bed early. But if I am bored out of my wits and the pain levels are tolerable, I might schedule a last minute ASMR stream on one of those 2 days. But otherwise, ASMR meaning I might just be working and I might not talk at all, which probably seems totally weird for me. But, well, I mean, yeah, if I'm bored out of my wits, I might do an ASMR live stream where I just work. But, yeah, Jeremy's saying, yeah, well, actually, Jeremy, my tooth really isn't aching, but it is bothering me. But yes, my tooth will become a memory on August 10th. So I guess the good news is I did see the oral surgeon yesterday. He took one look at the x-ray. He's like, yeah, this tooth's probably going to come just come right out. So he said, yeah, it's probably going to go as soon as I start pulling on it, which I was like, okay, well, that actually sounds like good news, as bad as that sounds. So anyways, yeah, he thinks it's just going to come right out fairly easily. I mean, fairly easily in terms of pulling on teeth, but that's good. Anyways, yeah. But I'm planning on not scheduling anything, and if I do schedule something, it may be Justin is going to be working and is not going to be talking because I probably won't feel like talking. That's probably a foregone conclusion. But if I am bored out of my wits, I might find some YouTube audio library music to put in the background and work and let you all be cool in the chat. So we'll see. But I'm not going to promise a live stream on either of those 2 nights because I may need to recover. So, yeah, computer fixing sounds as ASMR. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got the desolder station that makes the Claris the cow dog sounds, and you got the fan, and I mean, that can be a little bit ASMR. Who knows? I might be able to find an extra mic to like pick up those little faint sounds that otherwise sound cool. Like the yeah, we'll see. I may not feel like doing it. I may. I'll put it this way: it's something I would like to try, and if it so happens that I am bored out of my wits, and just want to try it on the 10th because I wouldn't be able to talk anyways, then I might schedule a last minute stream. Otherwise, I'll do it some other time because it's something I would like to try. Just like Adrian Black tried the let's take a look at these VHS tapes I found on the side of the road. And there were some pretty cool commercials in amongst those tapes. I might try that sometime of just an ASMR live stream. So if the 10th is when I'm bored out of my wits and do it, so be it. But if I do it on the 10th, though, it'll probably be like a last minute schedule because I probably won't know until very shortly beforehand that, actually, I'm just bored out of my wits and let's do it. Because actually, the dentist told me that probably the most pain, I would be in the most pain, like, not the day of and probably not the day after, but it's like a couple days after the tooth's pulled is when you're actually in the most pain. So, yes, if I need to recover, that comes first. Yes, Kibbs, good point. And I'm going to do that. So if I need to recover, then no live stream. If I'm feeling up to doing an ASMR live stream because I'm bored out of my wits, then I'll do it. It may be a total flop. It may get the worst views ever. Yeah. Adrian's but yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about that today. I was like but definitely, yeah, if I need to recover, I'm going to recover. And at least now, today, my cheap TV I bought during Prime Day, it came in today, so I set it up, and so at least now I have an extra TV in the house. So, basically, up all the way upstairs, I have what I kind of call my upstairs office, although it's upstairs, and I have a TV in there, but I didn't have two TVs upstairs, so now I have a second one to put in my bedroom. So, I've got the better of the two TVs in my sitting office. So, yes, Jeremy. Yep. That is true, but I am under the care of a dentist, so so we are good. So, yes, it is not something you want to ignore, but I definitely am under the oh, and Adam says it's time for Star Trek. All right, Adam, well, we'll see you later. Enjoy Star Trek. So anyways, yes, but yep, let's see here. So the 10th, no guaranteed live stream, not also not guaranteed the following Tuesday. Hopefully then, though, on the 17th, I should be back to normal and feeling like a live stream. So anyways, I can see that covers that. I'll remind you all closer to the time. That way, when you don't see a live stream scheduled, you're not worried that something's wrong. I'll probably also post to socials of, by the way, reminder, no live stream. I wouldn't want y'all to worry about me. Let's see here. Yep. And yeah, I think I covered everything. Yeah, I covered everything. And I think it's time to start taking a look at things to repair my C64. So, all right, so what do I have? Not only do I have, like, probably way more... Oh, hey, Sorcerer Stan. Welcome. So, not only do I have, like, way more sockets than I need for this project, because basically I got tired of not having sockets, and not only did I order some of the ones I needed from Jamco, I ordered some of the other sizes that I also did not have, so I should have plenty of sockets. Let's see. I've got sockets galore. And then I have the GAL 20 V8 chips. So now the reason why I have so many GALs on the bench is because I have GALs from two different sources. So these came from an eBay seller that is in Wytheville, Virginia. They have a lot of chips on their eBay store. I believe they It kind of looks like they've bought chips from businesses that are liquidating their stock and are selling them. So these are most likely legitimate gals that I'm not worried about. These are, I don't know what brand, but these should be 25 nanosecond gals. These gals came from China from UT source, so, well, caveat emptor. They also are supposedly 25 nanosecond gals. Are they blank? Are they new? Who knows? I think these are actually legitimately new gals. These are of unknown condition until I probably program them. Anyways, I thought it would be interesting to try both sources and see how well they work as best as I can. So, I don't have my EasyFlash yet, so that might be I probably can't totally test how compatible they are, but I'll sure give it a try. Also, if you're wondering why in the world am I starting with the PLA and not like diagnosing it first, it is because the person I bought the C64 from told me he was having trouble using it with EasyFlash, and now that I have a black screen, I am jumping to conclusions that it's the PLA, but that is only because it had the symptom of not working with EasyFlash, and now it has a black screen. So, anyways, even if it's not the cause of the black screen, it still needs replaced. So, I'm just going to go ahead and build one of these and what is one of these? So, this is and now I'm going to zoom in for the actual build. So, this is a PLA 20V8. It is an open source board that lets you take 2 PLA chips, or 2 GAL chips, and put them in place of your PLA. So, and I think it works with the MOS 906114 equivalent chips. So anyways, I have a whole bunch of these boards. I'm only going to build like one, so 1 or 2 of them. So, what I need to build is I need the socket to be the pin spacer. I need to turn on the outlet that my soldering station is plugged into. That one. All right. And all right. So to build these, I need a 28 pin socket, and this is basically going to be my solder jig. I need 2 of these headers, and these might look like Arduino pin headers because they are. I got these from Marlin P. Jones and Associates because I already had to order something else from them, so that's where I got them. So those are 10 pins. I need 2 10 pins, and I believe these are 6 pins. Something tells me I may have done the math weird, but oh no, I think that's 8 and 6 pins now that I look at it, not 10 and. Oh yeah, quantity 10. Yep, 8 pin and 6 pin. So basically, this socket, and I'm just bending the pins so that it can lay flatter. So this socket is going to be my soldering jig, because the first thing I need to solder are these pins. And the reason I got these pins is because they're flat, so they'll go in a socket and not damage things. Because the square header pins can bend. Or I guess they can deform the socket pins. So, in fact, actually, when Joe builds his keyboard encoders, he uses these are the header pins he uses for those. So that's why I'm using these same header pins. Now, the reason I'm doing these first is because these pins are way longer than I need. So what I'm going to end up doing is soldering them on the top side, and then I will trim them flush, and then I will solder the sockets on for the two gals on the bottom side. But this is, I asked Joe for his secret when he builds his keyboard encoders, because I knew he builds a lot of them, and he would have a trick for building them easily. And I'm actually trying to see if oh, that's right. I had one of his keyboard encoders sitting over here. I was going to pull it out and show you the finished product, but nope, I actually moved it over to the shelf, so I can't show it easily. But anyways, yep, this is what Joe does to build his keyboard encoders. He uses these Arduino header pins, uses a socket as the jig, and then that way you solder these from the top side, and then you trim them flush, and then you have basically a board that you can plug straight into the socket on the device it's going into. So, yep, Joe is at Kansas Fest, so I doubt he will pop into the chat, but he could be lurking. Who knows? Probably not, but he could be lurking. But so, if you're watching, Joe, thanks for sharing your trick. It will hopefully help this to look like a very neat and finished product that will easily go in the socket, and also would have the advantage that if I ever would get a working PLA chip and want to replace this with an actual PLA chip for whatever reason, then the socket pins haven't been deformed to the point where that wouldn't make good contact. Yeah, the PLAs are self-destructive. So yeah, this is good that it's made. But yeah. Anyways. So I'm going to tack the corners. Or actually, I'm going to tack the first and last pin of each of these header strips. Make sure that looks good. I might have to touch up the solder, but oh, there we go. That's that side. Yep, with these pins in place, it will kind of be hard to see, but I think it's easier to solder them and then trim them. Although that's partly so that if you realize that, oops, I didn't have the pins pushed down all the way, then you still have something to readjust to. Okay. So that looks decent. All right, let me carefully pull this out of the socket, because I don't really want to solder these into the socket, but I want to make sure the pins look good. And yep, that looks good. Pins are all nice and lined up. It does look like I did actually get solder down into my socket. Interesting. All right. All right. So I will And now I will just continue and solder the rest of these pins. So well, actually, maybe I am going to have to trim these down now that I have. Oh no, I gotta solder them first. That's right, otherwise they'll fall right out. Unless I put it back in the socket. Alright. Fortunately, I'm having slight soldering troubles. Let me try adding some flux. Also, it is really hard to show you the angle on this, but actually, maybe let me see if I can do this angle without melting plastic. All right. Oh, yay, I'm melting plastic. All right. Other than for some reason, a solder blob I don't like on the bottom of that pin. There we go. That took care of it. All right, now to the other side. Now, the cool thing about this project is it is, I think, done in part by a white paper that was done at some point, I believe by an ex-Moss engineer. And or a PLA that someone very carefully took a, decapsulated it and reverse engineered it, or both, or something like that. And with 25 nanosecond parts, you pretty much get precise timing. So the timing of the replacement is the same as a PLA chip. Because basically the equations are I mean, you're running the same equations. All right. So there we go. I got the pins in. So now if I trim these flush. All right. So what I'm going to do first is try to get the plastic out of the way. And then I'll get the pins flush once I can get all right. And all right. Now, to help get these cut as nicely as possible, I'm cutting the pins flush one at a time, which is why I wanted to get the tops out of the way, because that helps me get these flush. And then all right, so there we go. Now I got the pins in. Now I'll put this back in. Actually, the way I'll be soldering it, it'll be easy. So now that I got the pins in, I'm going to go ahead and put the sockets for the gals on. And for those, I need to go to my Jamco order. Because it was the 24 pin sockets for the gals that I did not have. I don't know which tube they're in there. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 16, 18, 20. Oh. Alright, hold please while I figure out which tube is which. Yep, basically I ordered like the price break quantity of several sockets. And apparently I didn't realize some of them were just in the bottom of the bubble wrap. Oh, conveniently, the ones that were in the bottom of the bubble wrap are the ones I needed. Yay. All right. Let me see if I can get these sockets in some presentable manner. I think I'm going to have to use my pin straightener to straighten the pins in the socket. There we go. Let's see if that's better. Yeah, there we go. Ah, excellent. Luckily, they fit. It fits nicely over the pins. So there we go. There's one. And two. I got solder in one of the vias. Alright, let me get that out. On my... Oh, please, while I try to find... the solder wick that... I should have known I would need. Alright. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was about to say that I was wondering if actually the through hole was not done correctly. Frank S. There's DigiKey, Mauser, and Justin D. Morgan. Yes. I have a small and growing spare parts collection. Although I still need to order capacitors for my LTE-286 power supply. I have identified them. They are in my Mauser cart, and I should probably order that sooner rather than later. But then again, that particular order, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I used UPS on it, so... Or USPS. In fact, I might use USPS because it's a little cheaper and I don't need them right away. But yes, I did identify the capacitors while I was on Dave's stream. And I have them in my Mauser cart. So it's just a matter of ordering them. Because I kind of would like to get that power supply recapped so I can see if my LTE-286 even works. Alright, so I'm soldering the corners. Tack the corners, I'm going to look at the sockets, and that looks pretty good. So let me solder the rest of the pins, and then I'll clean up the flux, and then I'll take a look at soldering, or programming some gals. So, difficulty level of this project, actually, it's, I would say fairly easy. I mean, all the parts are through hole. Probably the most difficult thing is you'll need a programmer that can do the gal chips. But I think my TL866 2 can, or TLC866A can do it, because I don't have my new programmer yet. I received an international package today, but it was not my programmer. It was something I'd ordered from Canada. Oh, Canada. And why did I order something from Canada? It's because I've got a special build that I'm going to do. And I was looking for close as possible match, and the card I found was in Canada, so probably spent a little more than the card was worth, but I was going for an as exact of a match as possible, and therefore I spared no expense. In reality, though, I could have bought a card that I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference for a lesser amount that was already in the States, but, well, accuracy. There we go. Alright, I think that looks decent. Let me touch up a few of these solder joints. That one... Alright, come on. There we go. And now, I'm going to try some new isopropyl alcohol that I picked up from Amazon on Prime Day. Because actually, I was going to get it anyways. It was in my subscribe and save order to get 15% off of a 12-pack of these 99% isopropyl. When on Prime Day they had a sale where it's like, buy $35 or more of these, any of these items in this list, and you'll get extra money off. So I looked and I was like, oh. So I looked, and everything that was on my subscribe and save, I looked to see what it was, if it was on their list of items that got extra money off. And sure enough, this isopropyl alcohol and one of the other things in my subscribe and save order, both were included in the list. So so instead of getting 15% off if I had just waited for subscribe and save, I got 20% off. So I was like, okay, yay. Little extra money saved. And plus, this 99% is supposed to evaporate faster than 91%. So, bonus. So I'll just clean the that's weird. Alright. Looks like I got one of those brass pins stuck between the socket and the... There we go. Oh, that's not convenient. Alright, it looks nice. There we go. Here's the board and the pins, and those will go nicely in a socket. So, let me set this to the side to let it evaporate. And think for now I'll just put that one together. I may put another one together later. We'll see how long it takes to get to... Yeah, it looks great so far. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to be a little bit lazy, and I'm just going to... There. All right, so this is... I have not received the new programmer yet. So I'm using the old programmer. I believe these gals are supported by it. So, but first, let me pull up the open source project. There we go. And all right. And let me go to screen share. As you can see, I am not turning upside down because I did go and fix that. So this is the PLA 20V8. And there's lots of text, blah, 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 blah. Okay. There are 2 JED files, not to be confused with JED Clampett. And since I am using 25 nanosecond gals, then I am just going to use the standard left and right ones. Yes, if you someone tricks you into downloading a JED Clampett file, then the song Money for Nothing will start playing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, so let's see here. The chip that I need to program is a gal. Okay, I'm going to use the ones I got from Withville. So these are gal 20V8. Gal 20. The brand is... Well, I don't think those are Lattice. They look like National Semiconductor. But I believe that is the same part. So these are gal 20V8. And I believe that is going to be it. 25LNC. Okay, well, we'll try this. I'll put one of these in, and we'll see if the ID... I'll do an ID check, and I'll see if the ID check matches. But looks like... Okay, worst comes to worst, we'll give the ones from China a try, which are actually Lattice branded. Now, of course, whether they're actually Lattice is another question, but an ID check will tell us. All right, so let's do a device. Oh, there is no ID. Okay, well, let's see if this is actually a blank gal. Oh. It's not a blank device. Interesting. Okay, well, what happens if I read it? Well, by golly, this device is programmed. All right, erase. Huh. I thought these were new chips, but maybe these are pulled chips. Interesting. Now, how's that for a turn of events? All right, well, I'm going to program the left gal first. Program Oh, this is the wrong device. Device erase. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So maybe is this actually so that it's marked as a Gal 20V8-25 LNC. So maybe I need the C type. Okay, program. Overcurrent protection, short. Oh, do I have this in? Interesting. Oh, Thomas says erase it twice. Okay. Erase. Okay, I'm going to do it one extra time for good measure. Overcurrent protection action, external short circuit. I see reverse or damaged. Ah. Fake rebadged or real, yeah. Or maybe this part is... Maybe it's not compatible with the... Maybe it's not... Maybe there's something different about this one. Because I thought National Lattice... I thought I looked this up and that one company bought the product line from the other. Also, the chip is erasing. Well, it would... The program can be picky, yeah. Okay, well, could be a garbage chip. Well, let's see if maybe the next one works. Maybe the blank check failed not because... Ooh, that one's not blank either. Interesting. All right, erase. All right. Program. Same deal. Interesting. Yeah, check the programmer settings. Well, I have it set for erase before, verify after. Well, I guess I don't need to encrypt it because that's weird. VPP voltage is 16 volts. I mean, I don't know. All right. Maybe that's the wrong VPP for these chips. All right, well, I'll put those two gals in the sus bin because I may have fried them trying to program them. All right, well, maybe... Also, I was going to buy more gal chips, but if the ones from Withville are bad, then I guess I'm glad I only bought, like, one lot of them. Unfortunately, it was so long ago, I can't return them. Okay, well, let me try one of these lattice chips from China. Gal 20V8B is what it's marked as. Okay. File. Open, and I'm going to do the left one. So maybe I need to... Okay, the result may be I need to pull a data sheet and double check settings. Let's see if one of these works. All right. So first I'm going to do a blank... Actually, you know, I could let it do a blank check here. I don't need to encrypt it. So device, program. there we go. The lattice one just programmed. Yeah, I'll try them with I'll try them with the T48. Don't worry. I'm not putting all of them in the sus chip bag. Someday to be a box as soon as I can find one I like that doesn't sell on eBay before I manage to buy it. Okay, now I got to figure out which one is left and which one is right. There we go. So, unfortunately, that silk screen is under the socket. So this one is left. Oh, you can't see where I'm putting the chip. So, thanks to the magic of buying more than one PCB, that is left, and that's the one I just programmed. Since I don't have labels down here, I will go ahead and put it in the socket. So, there we go. That's one gal down. All right. Let's do the right one. Okay. Nice program. Let me put another chip in. And by the way, my surprise that the China chips were real and the ones from Withville are fake. I mean, it's not that every chip you buy from a broker in China is fake, and it's not that every chip you buy from a reseller in the States is real. I mean, and the chips I bought from Withville could be real. It could be that they were stored improperly or something like that. Or I could have the wrong programmer settings. Or I could have the wrong programmer settings here, too. Interesting. Wait, was that a gal 20? Interesting. Okay. All right, device, program. Okay, well, that programmed that time. Okay, maybe these are like, maybe this programmer's borderline for these chips. Because it does look like the program voltage is 16 volts. So maybe that's like on the upper end of what this programmer can do. This is kind of one of those times where I would really like to get an old school programmer for chips like this, but well, those come with their own sets of problems. For example, they're expensive because they're rarer. Sometimes they don't have software that can be hard to get. And sometimes they require old computers to put them in. Oh, now I don't see a problem with that, though. Oh, you mean I gotta buy a cool vintage computer for my vintage programmer? Oh, that's just too bad. Yes. Warning. If you are married, that is not guaranteed to work with your significant other. Warning ended. All right. So I have a power replacement. I have the 2 chips programmed. I actually, before I put the programming software away, all right, I'm going to set this to the side. So here's our replacement PLA with the lattice chips I got from China that programmed. Okay, the first one programmed first try, and then the second one took 2 attempts. That tells me that maybe my programmer is like 16 volts is like at the top end of what it can really do. But let me go look up the data sheet for these other chips here real quick. Before I put the programmer away, I'd like to just double check to see, did I do something silly? So let me... All right, let me see if I can find a data sheet. So let me see here. These are GAL 20 V8 data sheet. And oh, that's lattice. Okay, hold on. All right, let me see if I can recognize. Okay, maybe this is where I let you all see the logo. I think this is National Semiconductor, but maybe this is the point where someone on the stream could confirm that I'm remembering what their logo looks like. Focus. Focus. Okay, I may have to put it under the microscope. Okay. Too close of a focus for it. Fine. I think it's might be national. All right. So, question to the chat. Is that National Semiconductor? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Maybe that is. I mean, it looks like they're stylized in, maybe. Yeah, Kibbs says Adrian has one that just the holy grail of programmers, as it seems. Yeah. All right, so the question to the chat. Is that National Semiconductor? Or am I remembering their logo wrong? I do apologize. I haven't had a chance to mount my microscope arm yet. I had to do laundry last night so that I could go to the swap meet this weekend. Let's see here. No, that's not national. That's oh, that is national. Okay, maybe that is one of their older. Here we go. Okay, so I've got the data sheet up for the GAL 20 V8A. No, this isn't an A chip. I don't think. Because it's a GAL. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Get that ARM installed as soon as I can, and then you won't need to take Dramamine to watch my pluggable microscope footage. And just for anyone that doesn't know what Dramamine is, or in case I'm naming the wrong drug, that's anti-nausea medication you would take for, like, if you were going on a boat and get seasick. Yeah. All right. I think this is a GAL 20 V8. No A, B, C, or D. I think that C at the end actually means something else. So, all right, now that it's on the record, let's see here. So I got the data sheet for the GAL 20 V8A. And actually, to see if I'm correct, the one thing we can do, that if you're not quite sure, you can always go to the data sheet, and they usually have here we go. They'll have, like, ordering information. So here we go. So yes, that C at the end is probably temperature range, so this is a commercial chip. But yeah. So these are going to be GAL 20 V8. So this is actually the wrong data sheet. Ah, hey, Retro Techie. It said an Atari 2600. Yeah, that's the older Nash. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's the older logo. Okay. So what I need is, I need the previous data sheet. GAL 20... that's the... I may need the older date. Okay. Maybe. So if someone by chance could see if they could find the non-A revision datasheet, that'd be great. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to see what the programming voltage is for the A version. To see what it compares to the one I have. So let's see here. Supply voltage, negative 0.5 to 7 volts. Actually, that's a pretty nice range. Input voltage, okay. Negative 2.5 volts to VCC plus 1 volt. Okay, that makes sense. That's not programming voltage. Supply voltage, let's see, AC, actually. Oh, I thought it would be on the data sheet somewhere. Interesting. Well, I sure thought there would be like a table. Security cell. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. It's probably on this chart here. Oh, here we go. Register preload input voltage. 14.5 to 15.5 volts. Okay. 16 volts. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't select 15 volts in the software. Oh, retro techie. Hmm. All right. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Well, maybe that's the problem. This doesn't support the national device. Hmm. Well, Thomas, I don't think I can. I'm looking, and it looks like maybe the problem is the national device isn't supported by this software. So maybe my T48 will be able to program them. Maybe I'm going to have to get an older programmer to program them. The moral of the story is I think that I failed to look at what brands, and I may have incorrectly identified who bought what at when and where and why and how much. And anyway, so it looks like, according to the software, as far as I can tell, I think the problem is it just doesn't support national. It doesn't support the national gals. So, all right. I guess when I get my T48, whenever that is, hopefully soon. I spared no expense for free shipping. Interestingly enough, it doesn't seem to have shipped yet. But then again, it's quite possible that with their free shipping, it gets shipped from China by a freight forwarder, one of those companies that offers shipping, and I may not get tracking information until it actually makes it stateside. Or maybe they don't send tracking numbers and it'll just show up randomly one day next week. I don't know. So I don't have a tracking number. I don't know if they shipped it yet. I would at least think that they would have sent me an email saying, "Hey, we shipped your order." But oh, Thomas has a GQ4X Willem programmer. Well, I have the TL866A now, and I have bought a TL48. I guess it's one of the newer versions of these Mini Pros, because the Mini Pro has treated me well. Yeah. Oh, and Thomas says, and I still. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have the GQ4X Willem programmer, and you still had to go get an old programmer for an MCM 68866 part. Yeah, that tracks. So I may very well have to go get an old programmer to program older gals. Although, honestly, maybe instead of buying an older programmer, I'll just maybe buy more of those Lattice gal chips. Yeah, the Mini Pro works well, but apparently the National Gal is not in its support list. And so that may be the problem, because the Lattice chips were more reliable. Anyways, I think it's time to get the next thing on the bench. Now I have something totally rare. Just so totally rare. Rare in my basement, that is. Unlike other basements, I only have. Unlike some other basements, I only have one C64. Hey, Jack68K. This is the only C64 that I have. Oh, and actually, I just realized that before I go any further, because I know folks will be really concerned about it, although I am going to have to put it back in at some point to make sure it works, I will remove the SID chip, because I don't want anyone to worry about my SID chip. There we go. The SID chip has been removed. The audience need not worry further. Gibbs. Yeah, Gibbs says other basements have piles of 64s. Yeah. um, I am always looking for a good repair challenge, so anyone sees a really nasty C64 so that I can one up a certain other YouTuber. Well, I'd consider it. Depending on why and how nasty. I do have my limits. Now, audience is like, no, that's not fair. Maybe we could go for something that looks just as bad as that other YouTuber. I think his C64. Yeah, Frank says I'd love to have a basement. Oh, Thomas is building a new 64 PSU like the one Jan Beta showed. Was that a recent video or was that one of his older videos? Oh. Because I am somewhat behind on YouTube videos as of late. Oh, looky here. The useless cardboard RF shield. I am torn. Does it stay or does it go? On the one hand, it looks totally useless. On the other hand, oh, there's the screw I missed. There we go. All right, there we go. Oh, and there we go. The RF shield of, for some reason, it's still on the C64. Maybe that's an indication that no one's worked on this. Oh, and it looks like some of the... Oh. And it looks like several of the standoffs are broken. That would explain why I had trouble getting some of the screws out. So, yep. So this standoff just kind of sheared right off, and so did that one. And then this one's cracked, that one's cracked, that one's cracked. You know, it seems like these projects just like to find ways of making me take forever to work on them. I promise, that is not by design. I would very much like to put some of my projects back together, but they keep finding new and novel ways of, like, requiring more things done to them that cause me to not put them back together. Yeah, it looks like well, I don't know that it's untouched. I don't know that I'm going to go that far. Because it does look like this tab isn't soldered. But it also looks like it still has factory flux on it. It may be untouched, actually. Okay. Well, let me get the shield off. And that'll be the only way to know if it really is untouched. Also, because all the famous repair YouTubers do it, I will mark the PLA chip so that I do not forget which one it is. That is the PLA because that was the SID. There's the 6510, that's the CPU. There's the ROMs, I do not know which is which. And then there's the two CIAs. Here's the memory. There are, interestingly enough, it has 7 ceramic memory chips and 1 plastic chip. They are all Hitachi chips, though, so hopefully that means the memory's good. And there's our, let's see, I think our color RAM is over here, and some standard logic chips. And then the VIC-2 chip is under here. There's the RF modulator that is of little use these days. At some point, I think I would like to build the mod for better video out that takes the place of the RF modulator, but oh, okay, Frank printed standoffs. Okay, good. Well, Retro Techie, the only thing about this C64 is it's a, when I'm done with it, it'll be a 1 out of 1 limited edition. So it'll cost $14.99. $9.99 US dollars. Free shipping though. If I ever get to the point where I have piles of C64s, I would, well, actually, I'd probably give a few away. Retro Techie, you have the decimal point in the wrong place. In other words, if someone wanted to buy my C64 for the price of something I would like to get, then, well, I would sell it, but yeah. To which the internet goes, "You're crazy." Like, I have one C64. I have one C64 that you moved the decimal point in the wrong direction, Retro Techie. Think exceedingly overpriced vintage electronics Facebook group. Because, yeah, that's basically my way of saying I don't want to part with my only C64 just yet. And I'm melting the plastic on that cap. Yeah, I think kernel character and basic basic kernel character, yeah. Yeah, that sounds right for some reason. Of course, none of them are socketed, so if I did ever want to put Jiffy DOS in this machine, well, they're not socketed. Although this one I'm not going to Jiffy DOS it, to the delight of C64 purists and the disgust of why do you want to wait, the folks that wonder why you want to wait for stuff. No, remember, the first computer of any type that I have, I usually don't mod it. But unfortunately the PLA is dead, so that meets one of my exceptions. I mean, it's unusable with a dead PLA. So yes, I am fully willing to replace dead chips with an aftermarket part because that MOSTech. That would also mean that if I ever got a second C64 and it was in better shape than this one, then maybe this would become the one I mod. Add more mods to. But at the moment, it's my only C64. The chips that would be needed to put Jiffy DOS in it are not socketed, therefore I'm not Jiffy DOS modding it. Unless I find that the kernel ROM is dead. If that were the case, then I would probably replace it with a Jiffy DOS kernel ROM. Just in reality. But I'm not going to just Jiffy DOS it. Frank, yes, yeah. If this is going to be custom, then you need Justin DOS, yes. Alright, I don't know why some of these tabs are so hard to remove, but... I may very well not put this RF shield back on. Despite my previous statement that I wasn't going to mod this machine. That doesn't mean I'm going to throw it away. It just means I'll put it aside in case I ever do need to put it back for some silly reason. Oh, what brand the RAM is? Oh, it's Hitachi. It is Hitachi RAM. So it's probably good. So there you go. As I try to get this tab up. I just need to add just a little bit of flux to persuade it. So there you go. That's the RAM. It's Hitachi. Which is good. That means it's not MOSTech. Therefore, I think Hitachi RAM is generally good. Yeah, luckily on this machine, I think the only MOS chips are like the top row, which are always going to be MOS, and the SID and the VIC chip. I think everything else is reputable name brands. Well, okay, there's a few chips that have weird markings on them, but like this one looks, I think, is National. It's got the triangle logo, which I think is one of National's even older logos. Motorola, Fujitsu, Mitsubishi, Hitachi. This one's got a beta symbol on it, which I don't know what brand that would be. Motorola, Hitachi, Mitsubishi, Texas Instruments, Fujitsu, and then the two color RAM, static RAMs, I don't see a brand on them. So they might be Hitachi static RAMs because the part number begins with HE, but they don't have a Hitachi logo on them. So the static RAMs are probably okay. Yeah, empty RAM chips are usually dead by now, yeah. Okay, I do not know why this tab doesn't want to come off. Maybe this is a sign that this board really has not been tinkered with. Oh. Also, when Adrian zips through removing one of these shields, it kind of... Maybe that's why I'm not realizing it takes longer to remove these than I thought. There we go. Oh, maybe that's what I gotta do. Just kind of heat it and push carefully. I was kind of surprised there were so many non-MOS chips on this board, honestly. I mean, I was I was almost for sure thought I would open this up and see more MOS chips. But then again, this is the board is a 250407, which I think is one of the earlier revisions. So I guess maybe this was maybe made before they had ramped up making some of the common logic chips at MOS. And maybe, fortunately, they were making so many C64s, I won the lottery as to not getting MOSTech RAM chips. Because actually, the fact these RAMs are ceramic, that's actually pretty neat. Because that means these are... Let's see, I'm looking at the date code on them if I can see it. 3H1, I think they're probably 1983 memory chips. Yeah, probably early 83. Oh, date code on the chips. Yeah, let me let me look. I need to take a break from soldering. I can only stand to grip the soldering iron for so long before I just want to take a break. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at the date codes. While I take a quick pause from soldering, or trying to desolder. All right, so what do we got for date codes? That is an interesting question. Might help us figure out exactly how old this is. So, all right, so the PLA is week 32 of 83. Yeah, we'll pull the can open here momentarily. Kibbs, that's a good question. So I have not opened it, so we'll leave it as a reveal as to whether it's a ceramic or a plastic one. So, but let's, so I'm going to go over the date codes of these other chips, and you can make your guesses in the chat as to whether you think we're going to find a ceramic or a plastic VIC. But don't worry, you can wait until we read off some of these date codes, and then you can make your guess. So, all right, so the PLA is week 32 of 83. And given the fact these are all the MOS chips here are soldered, I bet we're going to find they're probably about the same week. Okay, the CPU is week 32 of 83. The, okay, one of the, I don't know which order these are right offhand, but this ROM is... does not have a date code I can decipher. I don't think they put a date code on this chip. Or if they did, it's in a weird format. So this one's week 27 of 83. This one looks like it's week 10 of 83. This one's week 37 of 83. And this one's week 37 of 83. So, yeah. Very interesting collection. This chip is... looks like week 39 of 83. The Hitachi memory chips... I think the date code is 3H1. So, unfortunately, I think I can say that's 83, but I do not know what H1 would be in their date code scheme. But all the ceramics are marked 3H1. The plastic one is marked 3H3. Interesting. So it looks like maybe this one was 2 weeks after these, because it says 3H3 instead of 3H1. So it looks like maybe in that 2 week span, Hitachi went from ceramic to plastic. Interesting. Maybe someone might find the Hitachi datasheet or knows Hitachi's date scheme. All right, so this chip is week. So I'm just going to say the week. If I don't say a year, it's 83, because it looks like all these chips are 83. So this was week 32, week 24, this is a Motorola chip that for some reason doesn't seem to have a date code on it. It says, beside the Motorola logo, it looks like it says I801. Oh, that's weird. This looks like week 18 of 1980. All right, this one here is week 39 of .8. Surely that wouldn't be 1978. Although maybe it is. That's the MN2114-3. Oh wait, that might actually be the color RAM right there. That looks like it says 39.8, which I think might be week 39 of 1978. Interesting. All right, next row. Week 30 of 83. So again, looks like we're more 1983. So week 30 of 83. Week 32. I think this might be week 32. Week 20. Week 22 and week 22. All right, let me see. There's a few others that I might be able to see a code on. Let's see here. Actually, I can't quite make out that if there is a code on it. This is week 15 on the voltage regulator. It honestly looks like that says 380. But maybe that's another 3. Maybe it's 330, which may be week 30 of 83. So there you go. So it looks like... Oh, and I forgot about this one, but... looks like this one might be week 38 of 1982. So the bulk of them are like between like week 30 and 40 of 1983 with a few outliers. But I do know, I mean, they had old stock from places. The oldest chip, I think, might actually be this static RAM here, because I think that might be 1978. If that makes sense. I don't know if they were making that static RAM that long ago. And then I think the next oldest chip is this Motorola chip here that's at 1980. So this looks like 78, this looks like 80, and I think everything's like mostly 83 with some 82s. So, I will give everyone a moment to make your guess. Do you think I'm going to have a ceramic or a plastic VIC-2 under there? So, I'll give folks a moment or two to make a guess if you care. I'll see if I can't get a few more of these tabs off, and then I'll do the reveal. Okay, Kibbs thinks it's 2082 for the character ROM. So, yeah, it'd be week 20 of 82. Okay. That guess is as good as mine. Possibly better if you've looked at a few more C64s than I have, because this is the first one I've ever owned. Because back in the day, I guess I can't say that I kept up with the Commodore back in the day. I only had friends that had C64s. I remember thinking they seemed like neat machines, and my friends always mentioned how the graphics were better than anything else they'd seen. Especially comparing to the apples that the school system had. And yeah, I think I would definitely say that the C64 graphics were better. Sound was better. Then again, though, the Apple IIe really was based on... Kib says, all right, Frank S. thinks not ceramic. Jack68K says ceramic. Kib says, I wouldn't be surprised if a C64 would have... Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if a C64 would have a chip from before they were founded. Yeah. Yeah, because I think they bought a lot of chips off the broker market. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that... So, yeah, it probably doesn't surprise me. It might have a static RAM from 78 on it, because they probably got a good deal on the broker market. Or they were left over from, like, the pet or something like that. I mean, I think that 2K or 1 or 2K SRAM at that point was pretty cheap. I mean, after all, Clive Sinclair put it on the ZX80. And for those of you in the US that can't believe I said Z, well, it was a British computer. Also, it's a ZPM. Changed my mind. Now you probably also can figure out who my favorite character on Stargate Atlantis was. Geeks will always relate with geeks. Although John Shepard was cool too. Yeah. Actually, Thomas, I like this new soldering iron. It probably should say something that I still have it. I'm actually growing to like it. I am waiting for Hacko to have their customer appreciation sale so I can buy some more T15 tips or whatever. I might like to get one of the handles that you can hot swap a little easier for it, but because I'm using a Hacko tip with it now, so yeah. Kib says Commodore has grabbed everything they could. Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that. It's like they were selling so many C64s so fast that yeah, they pretty much would have been buying everything they could. I mean, that's also why if you watch C64 repair videos, you'll see sometimes you'll see chips on sockets that aren't normally socketed, and that's a sign that Commodore didn't have that chip that week. So in order to keep production going, they would build boards and put sockets in instead of the chips they were short. And then when they got their chips in, they would have someone install those chips in the sockets. Yeah, and Thomas is pointing out, yeah, they still had parts from the pets. So, there we go. So yeah, and yeah, Commodore would have wanted to use those up, for sure. In fact, that could be exactly, that might be why they used the static RAM they did for the color RAM, because I think that, Thomas, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you would probably be at least one person that I know is here in the chat that would know, but did the pet use that static RAM for that same static RAM for something? It's a 2114? Yeah, they had half-completed boards laying for years in a pile till they got the chips. Yeah. For sure. Because they probably started piling them up, and they'd probably start putting chips in the ones on the top. So it does not surprise me that there may have been really old boards sitting in the pile for who knows how long until they finally got to putting it together. I mean, I think that's why when they redesigned the case, probably one reason why the case could still take a long board, because they probably still had long boards in piles at some point that needed chips. So I think the case could still take a long board, possibly because they still had long boards that were in piles. And as they got chips and could build them, they'd build them. Alright, so I gotta figure out how you get the can of the... Alright. I thought you just kind of could stick a spudger in between it and get it open, but... Is it soldered? It's also possible it's just my spudger's dull. Oh, okay, the pets used the RAM for video. Okay. Alright, okay. I mean, I mean, those static RAMs, I think, were cheap and plentiful back then. I mean, they are just a bit tough to come by these days, but... Although the good thing is, if I did find that the color RAM in the C64 was indeed bad, I do have a couple of 2114s. I bought them for my ZX80 clone. So, I mean, but I haven't installed them yet. So I do have them. I would be more than willing to put them in the C64 before the ZX80, because one thing that I have not found a replacement screwdriver. Thank you. I have not found a replacement keyboard thingamadoodle. Keyboard overlay. Well, is that? Oh, there it is. And all right, there we go. And it looks like Frank S. is correct. It is not ceramic. Week 29 of 83. Luckily it is socketed though, so that's good. Alright, I guess I'll at least... Alright, I guess I can at least... Yeah, boring. I mean, I can at least clean the thermal paste off of it and apply some fresh paste when I put the can back on. Alright. Alright, there we go. And now, more importantly, let's get to the underside of this board and get the... PLA out. So, I marked this side of the PLA with a marker. I'm going to try this. All the cool YouTubers do this, so I will mark to help me remember which are the PLA. All right. While I wait for the desoldering station to warm up, though, let's take a quick look at the board. And I do see I see factory flux, plenty of factory flux. I do not see any signs of more modern rework. Oh, I do see where one of my sheared off standoffs is, though. It's still on the board. Cool. All right. Well, I think this should be fairly straightforward. Yeah. How bad of a socket the VIC-2 has on a 0 to 10 scale? It's a single wipe socket, so it's a 1. Single wipe sockets get a 1 on my scale because there's always the chance it could be a 0 wipe socket, so 0. Yeah, 0 wipe socket would be 0. Single wipe socket is 1. Dual wipe sockets, if they're in good condition, are like a 10. I do not like single wipe sockets. Can't you tell? But if I have no reason to I have no reason to just swap it though. Yeah, hopefully it won't have many issues. So anyways, Claris is in the house. Yes, notice I have a new desoldering handpiece. So this is why I placed an order with Marlon P. Jones. Because they had one in stock. The day I was looking for Arduino pins, I was like, "Oh, yep, better order that." All right, so hopefully this will just come right out. So far, so good. Oh, this is good. Oh yeah, this is... Oops. Oh, look at how nice that's coming out. The solder's coming out. Look at that. Yeah, there's actually several YouTubers that have this. So I know Steve has one that's like a pros kit, which is probably very much like this in a different colored plastic housing, whatnot. Jan Beta has one of these. I'm trying to think, is more fun making it have one of these too? Or does he have an actual Hacko one? I can't remember. I guess it'd be Lee. Actually, I'm not struggling as bad with So with the new handpiece. So I think that confirms the heater on my old handpiece had probably was not heating. Because I have it set at 800 Fahrenheit right now. And it's doing a good job. I think at near the end of the old handpiece, I had it up to like 900 and it still wasn't working. Yes, I believe Epitronics. I think that's... Yes, I believe he has one of these as well. If you treat these right, I think the NSD ZD915 are just like the Pros kit. I mean, more or less, they're probably about the same. I don't have any problems with the vacuum of this one. So, I mean, I could recommend one of these. I mean, yeah, sure, that the Hacko ones are probably better, but they're more expensive too. My only gripe is they didn't design this handpiece for repair that great. So my only word of warning is if you do try to replace the heater and the handpiece, make sure you tone out where each wire goes on both the old and new heater before you cut the wires. Because the replacement heater wires are not color-coded. That was the mistake I made. That's why I bought a new handpiece. Now, I know there's also, like, the Hacko single-piece knockoff desolder pumps. I don't remember what the part number is. I almost picked one of those up, but a lot of them are rated at 100 volts, which would seem to indicate that they're for the Japanese market. 100 volts and 50 hertz. I never did figure out if 60 hertz and 120 volts nominal would hurt it. All right, I don't know if you can see. There you go. That looks like a mostly successful desolder. So I'll just take my spudger. I'm just going to gently kind of press the legs. I'm just trying to, like, if there's just a very little bit of solder still in the via, I just kind of want to try to break the bond. But it also lets me get a feel for if there's one of these vias that did not come clean, and it would be this top one here did not, but I think that might be a ground. Okay, well, I may, I don't know, maybe someday I might try one of those. Because I have seen a couple YouTubers have that style of desolder gun, and they seem to be happy with it. Alright, so I just added a little bit of fresh solder. So I'm going to try to desolder this. Okay, and I think that And just to make sure I got that clear before I try to pull the chip out, so I don't rip the via, let me just try a little bit of wick. And actually, it does look like it. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm good. So actually, I think this chip will come right out now. So I'm going to very gently, actually with the spudger first, very gently try to give it some upward the vias look clear on this side, so there. All right. There we go. It's out. Hot air on top. Yeah, I was going to pull the hot air out. That was like, I was almost pulling the hot air out because I was being very careful there, but it came without needing hot air, so we're good. All right. So let me put a socket in place here. And I am going to do the, yeah, that was a clean, removal. That's the way I like to do it. I wish all boards were that good. Leaky capacitors. Oh. Oh, that's embarrassing. Apparently the socket slipped, so I soldered nothing. Yeah, that's okay. Luckily, that was easy to fix, and all right, maybe I will. I'll try that again. So yeah, if you like how cleanly that chip came out, smash that like button. I'm pretty sure if I end up having to remove another chip on this board, it might give me trouble. Although, this board is, I guess that is one good thing about the C64 boards. Oh, night, or I guess good night, Thomas. Hope you have a good day at work. Although, I know you sometimes do get to pop in at work, but in case tonight is not one of those nights, I hope you have a good evening, and see you next time. Tape the socket to the board could help. Yeah. I could have done that. It was like just in the borderline spot where I thought I could hold it, and Oh, optical illusion. Okay. Wait a minute. Is this socket like... No, it's not crooked. Oh, hey, Adam. Just installing a socket here. All right. Think. You double check. Yep. All right. That's all the solder joints. They are soldered. Let me... Trying to see if I have a cleaner toothbrush. All right. Looks like I need to see if I... Oh, here we go. It's a Dr. Fresh toothbrush because I spare no expense on them. Yeah, Adam says you found a Commodore Commodore machine with a bad chip. Impossible. Yeah. Yeah, and Adam, I bet you'll never guess what brand the bad chip was. Actually, you probably will. It's like our first guess of brands. Yeah, it was. When I bought it, I knew it had a bad PLA. Savvy Sage clearly told me that. I mean, he disclosed up front that the EasyFlash didn't work, and that right there is that's a failing PLA. So no hard feelings. It was properly disclosed, so I knew this machine had a fault. I knew that the PLA was on borrowed time, and it just so happens that its borrowed time expired. Such as the joys of owning a C64 in 2023. Granted, other computers have their chips that are prone to failure too, so it is not a problem unique to Commodore. But now that I've got a nice, lovely socket in place, yep. Yes, Adam, you are correct. So there is the bad MOS chip. I have drawn an X on it with red marker because I actually went and got a red marker for marking chips. And as soon as I confirm that it actually is bad, which I think given the fact I was told that EasyFlash didn't work, and now the screen is black and bad PLAs can cause both issues, I think I will find that my... There we go. So there we go. There's my PLA replacement using 2 gals. And those are going to be timing correct. Unfortunately, I don't have my EasyFlash cartridge yet. Adam just bought an SE30 with a failing PSU analog board, heavily burned CRT, but the motherboard works. Yes, that is a good find. And the cool thing is, you can take one of your better CRTs from an SE and make a better SE30 out of it. And then make a worse SE with the burned in CRT. All right, let's see here. What do I need? I need the video cable, which is... Okay, so if you'll give me one moment, let me see if I can find a few items here. I know where the power supply is. It's the video cable. Okay, and the other thing I needed was... So, if you saw my Coco last week, where I put the composite mod in it. Oh, okay, Adam's going to build a clear SE with good parts and slide the SC30 board in. Good plan. Have the rest of that SC30 here with the decent CRT. Oh. Oh. So, when I bought the composite mod for the Coco that I had so much fun with last week, I, from the same seller, grabbed a 2-in-1 cartridge. So, you know where I'm going with this. Yeah, Frank says, without the video cable, you'll still get a black screen. Yeah. All right. Yes, I do know that I did have the video cable plugged in. Or at least I sure hope I did. Boy, will that be embarrassing if I go back and watch the live stream and realize that I actually did not have the video cable plugged in. Would I do something like that? Yeah. Considering I can't even keep up with myself sometimes because I go so fast. Yeah, I could definitely see me doing something silly like that. Not plugging in the video cable and then not catching it. I don't think... I'm pretty sure I had the video cable in. Because I distinctly remember double checking that it was plugged in and that I had the correct inputs and everything. So, anyways, which power supply is this? This is my aftermarket power supply that I got for free with a floppy drive. So, it has a little LED that lights up to show you that it's on. Cool. All right, I'm not going to bother plugging the keyboard in. Power, I got the dead test cartridge in to start. Let me find the video cable. I think I know. I think it's plugged into my scaler still, so I just got to find the other end to plug into the C64. Yep. Yep, there it is. All right, there's the cable. And that is on... Oh. Okay, that could have been embarrassing. Okay. All right. Place your bets in the chat. So, all right, drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. Well, I don't know why there's not any color, but that's a good sign. Huh. Is this the wrong type of video cable, maybe? Is my scaler gone haywire? Almost looks like I'm only connected with the Luma signal. Color RAM. Jeremy, it's oh, wait. Wait a minute. Oh. I don't have the right. Uh-oh. Why did I just lose all the characters? Yeah, Adam, I think it does have an extra RCA connector. Let me go double check it, because oh, yeah. That's it. It's got 4 RCA connectors on it. And my scaler doesn't have this video. Yep, we are only seeing the Luma signal. Okay. I didn't, it didn't dawn on me that there were four RCA connectors and not 3. Yeah. Apparently I have the video cable for a, I have the video cable for a 1084 monitor, apparently. Oh, the text came back. That's... I can bridge the 2 connections and make composite if I had something to bridge them with. Okay, maybe it's running a RAM test. I didn't think Dead Test did that, though. Then again, it could be a different version of Dead Test than Adrian uses. It will fade. Okay, Jeremy says it'll fade and then repeat. Okay. Well, that's good. Oh, okay, there we go. I walked around when it came back. Okay. I don't have the sit-in, and I don't have audio plugged in. Okay. You have piles of RCA Y cables here. Well, I guess, Adam, next time you have things to send me, I'll remind you to, assuming I don't find one earlier, I'll remind you, and maybe you can toss a Y cable in the box. If you got tons of them. Piles of them. Hey, Sloopy! Looks like I do need to, well, okay, so since you just joined and you're probably noticing it's black and white, I apparently have a video cable for a 1084 monitor, and my scaler does not have S-video, so you are seeing... Now, my capture card can do S-video, but I do not have the correct adapter to do that, so... Bummer. Because actually, I think my capture card actually can do Chroma Luma. I think I can set it to do Chroma Luma on the component video inputs, but I don't have that adapter for it. Oh, all right. Well, will it run basic? All right. Hold on, Jeremy. Hold on. We got to do this one step at a time for the algorithm and view hours. Oh, okay. Now, let me see here. Luckily, I left my speakers down here for I left my speakers down here that I was using with the Coco. So, unfortunately, to plug the C64 into them, I am going to have to they'll probably be behind the microphones. They may not be as audible, but it'll be close enough for government work. All right. Plug the speaker in. And let's see, I think I still have power to them. I think. All right. Well, I thought I did. Well, we'll see in a moment. Okay. And 6581 is the SID. So now that I've confirmed that everything else seems to be working, plug this. Maybe one of the other RCA jacks is playing composite. I think you might be right, Adam, because I like it. Silly person plug. Okay, that was the chroma signal that like a silly person I put in the speaker. Maybe that was composite. No. Okay, my scaler doesn't like that. Maybe. Well, that's not good. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Let me check the pin out of this video cable while dead test runs, and hopefully we might hear some sound. Let's see here. 1084. I may just have to wait a minute. 1084 monitor. That's actually the Amiga monitor, isn't it? Did I mean like 10? Wait a minute. Which is the C64 monitor? Okay, here we go. Commodore monitor cable. Oh, I had the sound turned down too low. Okay, so luminance is black, chrominance is red, video out is yellow. According to this cable that I found, but that's not a guarantee that the cable I have uses the same pinout. On the 8-pin, pin 1 is Luma, pin 6 is Chroma, pin 4 is Composite. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to disconnect the cable, and I'm going to figure out which pin is which. Because this is the cable Savvy sent me. So I usually use a cable that doesn't have Luma Chroma separated for scenarios like this, just because it can be. Oh, wait a minute. It's a 5-pin. It is a 5-pin, but it has 4 connectors on it. So that. Okay, but the port on the C64 is 8-pin. So oh, all right. Well, we'll see you in a moment, Adam. Night, Eric. Maybe one of the other RCA jacks is playing composite. Yeah, good question. All right, let me. Okay, so I'm looking at a pinout of the cable. It's on the monitor here, or you can't see it because it's on the monitor, the side monitor. Okay. So let's see here. So I think I've got the multimeter on what should be the video out. Okay. 3. Okay, so audio out is. Okay, so I am looking. Okay, so I found pin 3. Audio out is the white pin on this. Is the white connector on this cable. The pin 2, I think, is going. I'm going to find is ground. Okay, so that is the ground on all of them. So this pin here should be the video signal. And it's the red one. So I should try the red to my scaler and the white to my speakers. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I now have pretty video. That would be a video signal going to my speakers. Okay, so I am looking at the pinout of the connector view on my monitor screen. So now let me disconnect this cable. And now that I have totally made a fool of myself, because the webpage I'm looking at is not clear whether I'm looking at the connector or the jack, I have realized that I need to reverse my thinking, which now also explains why I did not find the pinout I was expecting. Okay, that's not a nice sound. Well, yeah, that's not a nice sound. Okay, so this pin should actually be, okay, so ground is the middle one. And so that means that this one actually should be video. Hold on. Let me see if I can find my multimeter probes that actually have clips, because I'm having trouble holding the oh, the no, I don't want alligator. Okay. All right. Okay. Not them. All right. You would think the multimeter probes I'm looking for would be very easy to find, but that would not be the case. All right. So here we go. All right. Maybe this will make it easier for me to go through what I'm doing. All right. You can't see a bit of what I'm doing. All right. Okay, so. All right. So I now have one hook on my multimeter. So I can hopefully hook that on this side of the cable. So this is going to be the middle pin here is ground. I'll try to zoom in a little bit. So this one is ground. So okay. So if I put that there and then I take the multimeter probe on the other side, I should find that all four of these connectors are probably going to be ground, 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 ground. Very good. All right. So, looking at the chart that I have, this pin, I believe, is video. Okay, which should be the white pin. And then if I go on around, this one I believe is luminance. Yep. Okay, so it's white and yellow are the video signal. Chroma is going to be the pin that doesn't exist. So then if I put this here, this is the audio, and that should be connected to red. Also, my hook is, there we go. Oh, thought that was audio. Well, actually, it seems to be that the black one is audio. That doesn't make any sense. I think the audio is actually red. Okay, so I think I need to plug white into the scaler, red into the speaker. I think I was using red for sound and it was working. So I think white is the positive signal. Because yellow is the luma. All right. Will it work? Will we have an ugly sound? Will there be sparks? I don't know. This would be the point where if I had sponsors, I would probably have a segue to a sponsor. Instead, I'm just going to flip the switch. All right. Black screen. There's that white bar that Adrian was talking about in a video. There we go. Looky there. Sometimes you just have to ohm out a cable to figure out what the pinout is. All right, well, while this runs, I'm going to take some voltage measurements just to see how well things are working. I'm presuming voltages are going to be halfway decent at least. All right. So we got 5 volts there. 12 volts in. Okay. That's good. That's 22 volts in. 11.77 out. Okay, that looks good. And then I guess the little regulator here is. I think I got the Oh, okay. Wow, that was really quiet. Also, it sounded weird. Oh, I know why. Oh, well, it sounded... Okay, it was probably quiet because it's mono sound. All right, well, right before it does the sound test, I'll pivot the microphone so that its most sensitive part is going to be pointed towards the speaker. Due to the length of the cable, I can't, easily put it elsewhere. This is the point where I may have to pull up one of Adrian's videos to listen to what the dead test sound test looks like. All right, well, I'll pivot the microphone now. Okay. Maybe it is fine, because it did the same note change thing. And maybe that's what dead test sounds like. Okay, so I'm going to go to the diagnostics cart. Now, I don't have the harnesses, so it is going to, like, fail a bunch of tests. I would like to get a set of harnesses. Those are on my wish list. If I repair more C64s, I can justify it. So, now, the cool thing is, it is only 1044. And while I don't have an EasyFlash to try cool games... Okay, I'm not surprised there's bads. I have no harnesses. Oh yeah, I got the color working, Adam. It was I was using the wrong connector. So took the ohm meter, figured it out. We're good. Okay, actually the SID I think sounds okay. It's quiet, but it probably is like that anyways. So the important thing is the RAM's working, the color RAM's working, everything's working in the C64. So theoretically, can probably actually let me I'm gonna clean the old thermal paste off of the thing that goes onto the VIC-2 chip. I think I've got some thermal paste beside me. Yes, I do. Arctic MX4, because it's a C64 and it's what I have. And I will apply the perfect amount. Oh, Jeremy, I'm not quite done yet. I do have a floppy drive to fix. So I will apply the perfect amount of thermal paste off camera. There we go. That is the perfect amount. What is the perfect amount of thermal paste? It's the amount that the haters can't see. That's too much. That's too little. Why'd you use MX4 on a VIC-20 chip? Why didn't you use Cryonauts liquid metal on a VIC-20 or VIC-2 or blah, 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 blah? There we go. I got all the YouTube keyboard commandos comments out. There we go. See? Perfect amount of thermal paste. It's the amount that those folks can't see. There we go. Now we'll put the lid back on the VIC chip with the thermal paste. That way to kind of let it heat sink. Adam doesn't think the SID sounds right. I unfortunately have no other SIDs as a basis of comparison, so unfortunately, if the SID is actually not working correctly, I have no frame of reference. Oh, Sloopy's back. Well, so it works, although Adam doesn't think the SID sound was right, but unfortunately I don't have a way to direct capture the sound to OBS, which would probably help matters, so for now, I think I'll call this mostly working potential SID issue, but I don't have a frame of reference to compare it with. All right. So, anyways, there we go. I'm gonna set it in the case. I've got enough broken standoffs that I guess I'm not gonna like try to screw it in tonight. All right. What can I look at next? I guess the next thing that would make sense after I put the screws in a bag so I don't lose them. So hold, please. Looks like yet another project that I am not going to be able to put together tonight because I need to 3D print some standoffs. Which, well, probably won't get a chance to do at work tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see if I can't maybe do it Monday. Oh. So Maciac is actually over. Like, that was not a clickbait title. As in, I won't lose half my audience between 9 and 10:30. Oh, good night, Frank. Well, folks, remember I still stream Thursday nights. I can be your entertainment. Ah, I was actually kind of getting that impression that they were having trouble finding topics to talk about. I stopped watching the show a while ago too because I started streaming over top of them. So yeah, I was being the nice guy when they were still at 8 and would just start after them. But when they moved to 9, I kind of had to still start at 8. So that was me being the overly nice guy that I am. But hey, yeah. So anyway, I haven't seen it since they moved to 9 because I was streaming. All right. So I have. All right, so I have one of my 1541 floppy drives. And it looks like I actually put the screws back in. So, which floppy drive am I bothering to repair? The one with the cool flippy or slidey door. Because these are the better mechanisms. Yes, I have always strived to try to keep up with the chat. I will admit I'm not perfect. I do try to keep up with the chat. And I have to say I got that from other streamers that do the chat. Well, Retro Techie, As I said, it could be anyone's for the low price of $14,999.99. Because I have one and I don't really want to sell it. It's like the people that you go on Craigslist and you find that they're selling the tools from their wood shop and they put ridiculous prices on them, and you immediately go, oh, their significant other is making them sell them, so they have priced them at a no sale price, so they can then eventually go, well, they're not selling, I guess I've got to keep them. Yeah, you're right. They had yes, I have actually received compliments. Also, apparently, there are people that have actually commented they like the variety too. So, not only they like the repairs, they like the variety, or as best as I can. I mean, I realize sometimes I'm not as varietied as I would like, but I do try. Because quite honestly, I don't like to work on the same thing week after week after week, and I do maybe kind of regret going so heavily K-Pro in the month of May. Which is why I haven't gone back to the K-Pro. I kind of felt like I burned out the K-Pro in May. So, I mean, next month I'll probably get back to the K-Pro for a stream, because I would like to try to wrap some things up. Or I may try a video, but yeah, it's not the same thing 100 episodes in a row. So, yeah, I like to keep a variety. And it also helps because there are some people that they could care less about PC. They could care less about Mac. They could care less about C64 or Atari. But maybe they like one of those others. And then I know there's people that they like the repairs. They don't really care what it is. Some people just like to interact. Let's see. Do I have any Mac or Apple II stuff coming up? Yes, Jack68K, I actually do. As I know I kind of was a little heavy on PC stuff this past month because, well, I was running just slightly low of things a couple weeks this month, so I kind of had to go a little heavier on PC. But yes, I think next month I have, I think one of my streams for August, if not maybe next week, I have a CMS SCSI 2 card, and I did finally get, if I can find them, oh, I put them on the shelf. I finally bought some Blue SCSI V2 desktops, so I would like to see if I can get the CMS SCSI 2 card working, and I thought I would live stream it. So I think that's one that I'll do soon. I might do that next week now that I have the Blue SCSI V2s. I actually am not sure how you do it. I've tried to read the manual. I'm hoping it might be more apparent when I actually follow the steps in the manual along on the computer while I read the manual. So I think I am going to try to do that on a live stream. I also do have a number of Macs that you can't see because they're beside me, but I have a number of Macs that have like a couple small things that need to be done, and then I can like put them back together. So I probably will have a Mac stream soon too, where it's basically it'll be a punch list stream. And yes, it might be quite heavy on floppy drives. I might need to order some gears first. So it may be a week or two before I get to it, because I think I do need to order gears. Although I may have enough other repairs that aren't floppy drive gears that maybe I still might have a Mac stream. And then I do have another thing or two I could do on the Apple II. But yeah, I think I'm okay. Sloopy has a CMS SCSI card, never had an issue with it. Well, my issue with the CMS SCSI card is I've never configured one. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Jeremy's completed his keyboard. Yeah, I'll probably bring the Atari 400 back out at some point. It's the thing is, it's kind of closer to done than. Yeah, I think the Atari might come back out in August as well. Because the thing is, the composite mod's in. I just need to drill a hole in the metal shield and put it completely back together. And then I've got the floppy drive serviced. And I actually do have an Atari game on floppy disk now. So yeah, I think maybe in August, I think the Atari 400 will probably come back out in August. I think the Apple II and SCSI, I might actually do that next week. I'll probably have a Mac stream at some point. I know I'll have a PC stream at some point soon too. And yeah, I've got the CMS SCSI 2 card. I don't have an Apple SCSI card. I do have one of the reactive micro, or no, it's not reactive micro. I have the GG Labs SCSI card PCB, but that's all I have. I only have the PCB. I don't have any of the components. So I'd like to build that, but I don't have any of the components, and that's kind of a little lower on my list to get the components. Oh, so Jeremy's telling me the keyboard might show up on jcm-1.com at some point. So what you're saying, Jeremy, is that I should buy another box of Cherry MX switches? Or will I not need to buy a box? And the only reason I ask is because I'm going to be near Micro Center soon. Although I could always probably easily go to Micro Center. I mean, they're 2 hours away. It's not like I won't be up that direction again soon. Actually, I don't know if I'll have it. I probably won't have a chance to go to Micro Center this weekend. I have enough other stuff on the agenda that yeah, the cool thing about Micro Center is, well, they have retail stores. Of course, that's also the thing is they don't sell much of anything that they'll actually ship. But that's probably why they're okay. So Jeremy has given me the answer I'll need. I will plan on getting more Cherry switches. So yeah, I because Jeremy, my offer is still good that the extra switches in that box that I bought for the Ace 500, you can use those for testing other keyboard designs. I will contribute those to the cause of your keyboard work. So how I don't remember how many switches were in the box, so how many that leaves you left for that work, but hopefully that will help you in your keyboard work if you have some Cherry MX switches that are available for testing purposes. So yeah, Jeremy has one of my computers that had a trashed keyboard, and so I forget which Cherry MX switches I bought. I'm sure if I go to Micro Center and stare at the boxes, I'll immediately remember which ones I bought for it. But all right, so there are two things, or a couple things I need to do to this floppy drive. The first is I'm going to go ahead and replace the belt on it. So for this floppy drive, since this is the good floppy drive, the nice Alps mechanism, I actually bought a fabric reinforced belt for it. Now, I've got the Neutronics mechanism drive, and I've got those floppy mechanisms that kind of look like the belt had mildew or kind of looked like it needed replaced. So I just bought a rubber belt for those because, quite honestly, the Neutronics mechanisms are garbage. Now, this drive, though, there was a capacitor on this drive, and it's this capacitor right here, that is visibly leaking or otherwise damaged. So this power supply, this floppy drive controller board is getting a full recap. I am implementing my all or nothing recap policy because, quite honestly, it makes it easier to track. So basically, it's my either the caps are good and I'm not going to replace any of them, or the caps are, or one or more caps is bad and I am going to replace all of them. Just because 61 switches for the Atari keyboard. Okay. Well, I'll just buy another box of switches, Jeremy. So I know Cherry. I know at Micro Center they sell them in like quantities to put switches on an entire keyboard, but I think that means if I buy 2 boxes of them, then I have enough for like 3 vintage keyboard models, approximately. So Adam's never had to replace a belt on an Alps drive, and he's worked on about 400 of them. Well, I may not need to replace the belt, but I figured that I might anyways. There was some reason why I ordered. I know there was a reason why I paid $13 for a belt on this drive, and it might be because the belt looked sketchy. That is one of those your mileage may vary things, and something is up with this, that this cap is like, it looks like it's leaking out of the top. Actually, I think it might be leaking out of the bottom. Actually, it looks like it's leaking out of both sides. So, anyways, let me pull up the I think Console 5 has a. I think they have a recapping guide for this that at least has the capacitor positions. Yeah, no. So my C64, I don't think there's any bad caps on it. So I'm not. I'm not going to proactively recap it because they don't seem to be bad. But this board here, something's up with one of the caps, so it's like I'm gonna recap the whole thing. So this is a 251830. Okay, I'm trying to find the cap list for this board. 251. Wait a minute. Okay, that's weird. 250442. Okay, so console 5 has some numbers that identify boards. And those numbers do not match the numbers on this board. So are they giving the part number for the entire assembly, maybe? Oh, there's no sticker there. That's the FCCID sticker. Well, it does look like they're giving an overall Commodore part number. Let me see here. Model 1541. 1540030. 15400. Oh, great. One five four. Okay. Yeah, the transformer in these is totally ridiculous. You could probably anchor a small yacht with it. Okay. I either am totally overlooking a part number that is somewhere on this PCB, or this is PCB that Console 5 doesn't have a kit for, and I ordered a kit. Okay, so, alright, I'm going to have to do this a different way. So C1 is 1 microfarad. C2, I'm trying to identify which board this is by caps. So C2 is 47. C4 is 1 microfarad. C5 is 47. So the difference is C 13, 16, 17. 16 is 47, 17 is... Okay, all right. So this is a 1540048-01. I do not know where that number is on this board, but I have identified it by just checking the list of caps and seeing which ones match. All right. So the only thing I don't see is C13 right offhand. C13 is... Oh, possibly not even on this board. Wonderful. There's a C... Oh, it's C11 on this board. Oh. Okay. Okay. Does this thing have a 6502 in it? Yes, it does. In fact, unlike the C64 that uses a 6510, right there it is. It's a Rockwell 6502P. So when was this floppy drive made? All right, 84 week 6. It looks like we're 84. Yeah, 84 week 31, 84 week 22. These are MOS chips. This one's a MOS chip here. This one is that 84 G4. I don't know what G is. 84 week 12. There's a MOS mask ROM. General Instruments. Oh, interesting. One of the ROMs is a General Instruments. So this was probably made mid 84. So, yeah, spare parts for an Apple II. You're funny, Adam. But yes, I could take this CPU out of this floppy drive, put it in an Apple II, and it would work. It most certainly would. Now, it's not a 65C02, so it probably would be ill-advised to put it in an Apple IIe, but an enhanced one, but yeah. Now, of course, take that 6510 that's in the C64, and that won't work in an Apple II because different pinout. All right, so hopefully I'll recap this real quick. Of course, I think if I'd realized. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I have the technology. Ah, there we go. Ew. All right, now that is just the schmoo they put on them, but that looks like that has collected water and probably become conductive, probably. I have a lot of Apple IIs that need 6502s. I have bought some from. I think I bought some from UT Source, and I thought I did. I don't know that I've tested them though, but they looked real. I also have to admit that I'm not beyond. Of course, granted, I'm not trying to sell an Apple II as original Steve Jobs condition, but I think last time I had a 6502 go bad and a Apple II clone, at least I used one of the processors that still made, I forget the exact model number. You have to do a mod to use it, but here we go. Oh, yeah, if you got plenty of scrap boards, then yeah, you don't need to buy them. All right, I will definitely clean that glue off before I put a cap back down. So there's that. All right, let's get these 4 caps off. Let's see, I think that one is here. All right. Well, actually, okay, I don't know if that cap's been leaking, but it kind of, I don't know. Kind of looked like it might have been past its prime. I mean, I know generally it seems like the Commodores are less likely to need recapped, but I mean, I could probably get away with just replacing this one cap, and it would probably work. But yeah, the reason I kind of go for my all or nothing approach, first of all, it helps with tracking, because then I can say, oh yeah, I got one leg of 2 different capacitors. There we go. Because then I can go, oh yep, I've recapped it, or no, I haven't. And the other thing is, I've kind of noticed on some boards that need recapped that sometimes they need recapped because of how they were stored. Because I am apparently the master of buying the cheap computers that no one else wanted on eBay for a reason, probably. But yeah, this cap kind of... All right, I'll look at it under a microscope to confirm that what I see unaided is what I think I see, but... All right. Well, I mean, it is possible that I am replacing capacitors based on what I thought I saw that maybe was not actually there, but I am also seeing some signs that maybe I was not off base and thinking this drive may have not been stored the best. Seems to be dirt in the drive that's more than just dust. Maybe it's just the disintegrating schmoo that they put on the components, but I don't know. Maybe this was actually stored in a barn. All right. I think that is the... I think that's all the electrolytics on this board. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm going to clean that glue off. Okay, maybe what I see is disintegrating old glue. Maybe recapping wasn't necessary, but it'll sure make the board look better. All right. Now, this one capacitor here that looked like it was leaking on the top. I think that one's it. So, what was I actually seeing? This is the capacitor that made me want to recap the whole thing. Oh, I mean, that kind of... Hold on. Okay, I'm having trouble. There we go. Only the attempted best camera angles for everyone. So that's what I saw. Although I didn't look at it under a microscope, I admit. Or I don't... Oh, well, maybe I did and forgot. It looks... Yeah, it looks weird. The whatever that black gunk is on top, that just looks weird. Oh. Well, there's the toothbrush I've been looking for all evening. So even if I, like, clean the top off, there's still that black gunk. I have no idea what it is. Kind of looks like it's coating the entire top of the cap, but why is that there? None of these other caps that are the Nichicons have that black gunk on the top of it. Almost like someone put something on top of that cap because it looked like it was leaking. Oh, I don't know why it's all crackly. Don't know. That's weird. Well, we'll go back to table cam. Okay, so I don't know. That cap looks weird. None of those other Rubicons that I removed from this board, all the other, so there were the 6 Rubicons. So these blue ones were all Rubicon. 5 of them look normal on the top, and the 6th one has that black gunk on it. Oh, good night, Adam. So it's just weird. So why am I replacing the caps? Well, that one cap just looks weird. And I can't help to think that maybe someone put some black gunk on top of it because it was leaking. I don't know. It's weird. I don't think it should look like that. But it doesn't look like electrolyte, but it looks like something. I don't know. Crackling's gone. All right, well, I guess at some point I'll take a look at my OBS settings on the scene for the microscope view. I probably have a setting wrong and don't realize it. And there's a good chance that OBS is the cause of the setting being wrong. Just saying on based on historical data. Sometimes OBS seems to just like lose your settings on a scene. Yeah, that's why I'm recapping this draft. That cap looked super odd. I can't explain it. I don't know if that. I mean, seriously, was that someone trying to patch a leaky cap so that it would stop leaking? Does that cap maybe have a manufacturing defect and have some gunk on top of it? I don't know. It's just weird. Yep. All right. I mean, okay. I'm also probably not going to get all of this glue off the top, but I'm at least going to make sure that any of it that will willingly come off, I'm going to get rid of, just because A, it looks better, and B, if some of these glues can be conductive as they absorb moisture over time. So I probably won't get it all off, but I'm at least going to get enough of it off that I know that if it is gaining moisture and is the type that becomes conductive as it absorbs moisture over time, that it won't short anything out. So there, that looks way better. I know there's still just like a little bit of glue right there, but that's not enough that I'm worried about it. And then hopefully if I put some isopropyl here, this will come off mostly. I mean, yeah, sure. How many people are going to open the drive and see? Not many, but I'll know it's there. And besides, and if it is the glue that absorbs moisture and becomes conductive over time, then, well, I want to get it off just so that just in case there's like a break in the solder mask underneath it. Or in this case of the glue that was here, I think it was actually between two. There's a via here and a via here, and I think the glue was on top of both of them. So I'm just basically going to clean it enough so that if there's any glue that won't come off, that the glue is not like this glue here now is all on top of one of the planes. So that little blob there I don't think is going to come off, but now I know that if it is conductive, and if there was a hole in the solder mask here, well, it's not going to short anything because that blob is not between two traces. So anyways, there. So there's that. And then under this, in this area of the board here, before I put the new capacitors down, I'm going to, especially here where this capacitor was that looked odd, but might as well for all four of them, just in case one or more of them was actually leaking, even though they didn't look like it. I'll go ahead and do that. And actually, I guess to complete the thoroughness, although I really don't think either of these two were actually leaking. So I'm just going to give them a quick clean. And then this is 99% IPA, so let me just give this a moment to evaporate while I make sure no one's asked questions in the chat. Well, I think we're kind of at the late night chat slowdown. So if you're still out there, you can, while I try to get the IPA to evaporate so I can solder caps in, I'll remind you to do the YouTube thing, smash the like button, click subscribe, turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next exciting live streams, because even if I get this done tonight, and I mean, the C64 will be back in one form or another. Maybe it won't be a repair. It might actually be an exploration. But yeah, I'm sure the C64 will be back at some point. Because when I get my EasyFlash, I definitely will have things to explore. Oh, actually, I ordered an EasyFlash that needs repaired because I sometimes don't know when to stop punishing myself with things like that. Jeremy's like, the stuff we have now won't last 30 to 40 years. At least stuff that's new. Well, to that I say, well, maybe we should just start collecting industrial equipment, because it probably would last 30 to 40 years. But that's not as exciting to collect, I guess. All right. Oh, this is interesting. All right, so I have... That's interesting. I got 3 axials, and I don't know where those go right offhand. Oh, I wonder if those go on... I wonder if those are for the floppy drive board, because these are all the common small caps. Okay, there must be 3 axials somewhere that I haven't found yet. All right, so this is the 25 volt 6800 microfarad. So this one goes in C17. I think I want it. There we go. All right. I prefer to put these capacitors on so you can easily read the rating. So you can still see the pointing to negative because that's the positive. I like to put the voltage and capacitance on the top. So if in the future someone were, even myself, were just replacing a single cap, because I mean, maybe someday I'll decide that, replacing all or nothing's silly, so I'm just going to start replacing what's broken. Well, I'll be able to read what the value is to replace what's broken. So. All right, so there's one lead. Yeah, Jack 68K is like, there might be a computer system. Oh, Jeremy says, Jack 68K is laughing at Jeremy's comment that there might be a computer system in the future that will realize there's a computer that can't talk with. Yeah. Sloopy's telling me to come over and I will learn everything that I did not want to know about EasyFlash 3s. And then several EasyFlash 3s later, I'll realize, hey, wait a minute. I think Sloopy just put me to work at building repairing these for free. Yeah, I have no doubt, Sloopy. In fact, tonight I think I learned more about gals than I wanted to. Like, for example, my TL866A can't program the older ones that I have. All right, there we go. There's the two axials. All right. Those look pretty good. Double check. Yep. All right. Now let me get these small ones. There's 6 of them. Sleepy says, I will also learn why there are so many non-functional units just sitting here when they are high-dollar devices. Yeah. Oh, Sloopy, you did. Oh, that's right. You actually weren't here. Yep, Sloopy. There. That's how I learned about gals. But that right there was the fix for my Commodore 64. Because when Sage sold me the C64, he had warned me that EasyFlash wasn't working. And so when I tried it the other day on the stream and I got no video signal, that's when I immediately jumped to conclusions, which normally doesn't pay off, but in this case, I jumped to conclusions and it was a correct jump to conclusions. I didn't even need the board game. Or would that be the floor game? I don't know. Jeremy said, I learned about gals a long time ago that I married one. Yeah. Yeah, Sloopy, my TL866A cannot program some National Semiconductor ones that I bought. It doesn't even have National Semiconductor in the list. And every time I tried to program it using the lattice part, it kept telling me overcurrent. All right, so C1 is a 1 microfarad and C4 is a 1 microfarad. So I've got one of those T48s on order. So I'll have to see if the national part's in the list. And then C2 and C5 are the '47s. And at least now I won't have suspect capacitors in this area of the board. All right, those seem to be staying in position fairly well. So let's see, C13 is, oh, it's actually C. All right, so C46 on this board. There we go. Yep, and then C13. There we go. All right. Normally I wouldn't put so many in at one time, but most of these are actually the way the capacitors fit. I'm not worried about them falling out. Well, I only want to understand gals enough so that I can use up what I've bought that my programmer doesn't support, seemingly. Waste not, want not. Or something like that. I mean, the thought had crossed my mind of maybe, since I got a pretty good deal on gals, maybe seeing if the person who maintains the project, if they would mind if I sold some. I'll grab that in a second, Sloopy. I set them off to the side. All right, so the gals that I had trouble programming are National Semiconductor, GAL 20V8 25 LNC. Oh. Good night, Chris. Yep, see you tomorrow. Hopefully, between 8 and 9 o'clock. Oh, and Chris, as a spoiler, so I got the two 486 boards that we're going to try some different RAMs on. I also have another special board I'm bringing with me that we can also try some RAMs on. So that's all I'm going to say. Except maybe that those pictures that I sent you might be another clue. So, good night. No. 20V8. As yeah, 20V8. No A, no B, no C, no D. 20V8 hyphen 25 LNC. I think those are the original revision of the chip. Because that C at the end of the part number, I believe, is indicating that is commercial revision. Because I found the revision A data sheet for the national parts, and that would have been GAL 20V8A hyphen 25 LNC. So I think these are commercial parts that are the original revision. I tried programming them as lattice parts of the same part number, but that was not working. I kept getting a overcurrent error while programming them. Yeah, I also wasn't able to find the national data sheet for the original revision, which may have had a clue in it as to why it wouldn't program as a lattice part. Because the thing is, I don't think the pinout's different, but it's quite possible that the original revision maybe draws more current or something like that, and it might be beyond the capabilities of the TL866A to successfully program them. Now, the lattice parts I did get an overcurrent warning, but manually erasing the chip and then trying again resolved it. So, I mean, even those maybe are borderline to what the TL866A can supply. I may just, but I did order one of the T48s. I ordered it directly from XC Geku, or however you say their name. So I just gotta wait for it to arrive. But there we go. All right, this board is recapped. Now, for some reason, I have 3 extra axial caps. And I don't know why. I'm hoping that's because if I look on the bottom of the floppy drive, there's a board that has 3 axial caps on it. Because it's not axial caps aren't exactly the thing I would have wanted to have bought extras of, because they're expensive as all get out. Although they are smaller ones, so. Alright, did I miss any caps on this one? Nope. Alright, so there we go. Board's recapped. Those capacitors do not look suspect. I think that'll be good. I'll let this dry for a moment. Let me grab the floppy mechanism. And let me see. Oh, it's quarter till. Alright, we are going to go into hyperactive. Actually, you know, quite honestly, given the time, I'm going to actually skip pulling this floppy drive out. So, because I know you all would probably like to see if this floppy drive works. I would too. I will clean the head, which is actually something I might have done last stream. I can't remember. However, I have this new 99% IPA, and I'm actually going to dip into the clean bottle for the drive head. And well, Sloopy, I tried using the Lattice revision C, thinking that maybe that might work with that chip, and that didn't work either. I think for some reason that particular chip is just not supported by my programmer. Or I have a tube of gals that the first 2 that I pulled out were both defective, which I guess is also possible. Which is why I went to the Lattice chips that I'd bought from another place to hedge my bets, and interestingly enough, the first 2 I pulled out of those tubes were the 2 I programmed. So, yeah, there's that. Where did the Lattice chips that worked come from? UT Source. Where did the National Semiconductor chips that I bought, that the first 2 in the tube didn't work, come from? Withville, Virginia. So the moral of the story is, I don't know. Maybe there's not a moral of the story yet. All right. All right. Well, there's that and that. All right. I think the board is in. Guess let me go ahead and screw it in. At least a few of the screws, since they might also be acting as grounds. All right. I believe my IEC cable is upstairs, so I will have to run upstairs really quickly to go get it. Because I think for some silly reason, despite the fact that I knew I would be working on this down here, I think I took my IEC cable upstairs. I mean, not totally silly. There is a reason. And no, it's not because I have another Commodore 64 that I haven't admitted to. Nope. No, I only have the one. Anyways, yeah, I'll leave the mystery of the gals to another day. I don't know why I'm just deciding to put all these screws back in, but that's probably because if this works, I'm just going to put the cover back on and screw it back in, and so I don't lose the screws. I will replace the floppy drive belt at a later date if necessary. And let's see, the one screw that I dropped is right here. All right. Nope, that's not it. All right, there's a screw on the floor I will have to find later. All right. Let me go upstairs. Let me grab the IEC cable really quickly. At least I've got the screws in that are on metal pads. Okay, be back in a jiffy. Oh, no, Sloopy, no. I don't have a I do not have a Commodore 128. I do not have a Plus 4. I do not have a VIC 20. It's actually it's another 1541. Thomas, I've replaced the capacitors, and I'm going to go run upstairs and grab my IEC cable so I can give this floppy drive a test. No, no, the only other Commodore I have is the Amiga 1000. So. No, I got another 1541 floppy drive upstairs that the cable actually belongs to. All right, have the IEC cable. No, it's a 1541. There's nothing, absolutely nothing special about it. Unless, of course, you consider the fact that it's the refurbished floppy drive I bought without really thinking about what I normally do at VCF East. If I'd thought about it for 2 seconds longer, I would have realized, wait a minute, I refurb all my own stuff. Why am I buying this pre-refurbed floppy drive? But I didn't think about that. So this cable goes to that pre-refurbed floppy drive that, for some silly reason, I bought at VCF East. So now maybe you're thinking, well, then why did I buy these non-working floppy drives? Well, that's what I usually do. So next time you see me staring at pre-refurbed floppy drives for any platform, just remind me that eBay is 1, 2, 3, like eight characters away in the URL bar. ebay.com, and then I can regret the purchase. Because the thing is, my pre-refurb drive, well, it cost a lot, so there's that. All right. So I got video, I got power, I actually plugged the keyboard in. Floppy drive's plugged in. Let's see here. I think if I remember, we turned the floppy drive on first. And then we turn the C64 on. I didn't plug the LED in. All right. And there we go. We have the very... Do I have any inclinations to dive into the world of Sinclair computers? I don't know. Sinclair computers are... Sinclair computers give me headaches in terms of trying to figure out how to actually show you what I'm doing, what I'm doing on the screen while I do it, because their video signals, especially some of the earlier ones, are so not standard that capture devices do not like them. I probably will, though, at some point. Remember, Jeremy, I have a ZX80 clone that I started to repair on Dave's stream. It will come out onto the channel at some point. It's on the shelf over there. It needs SRAMs replaced, I think. It is... the only thing is, for that, I have to point a camera at a television screen. That is the only way you will see what it is doing. Its video output is not NTSC compliant. My capture device will not lock on. So That's why I hesitant. Why Sinclairs are lower on my list, especially the early ones. They are not standard compliant. You have trouble capturing the output. There is a point at which you grab the cost so low. Yeah, I will at some point. I'm trying to find my probably just something stupid like or I stick them on the shelf probably. Hold please while I try to locate the very boring looking vanilla envelope with the lucky disc for it. So, no, I probably did take them upstairs. I thought I was joking. I probably did actually take them upstairs. Alright, it looks like I'm going to go back upstairs. Uh, okay, well, let me go run upstairs, find the floppy disks. But in the meantime, because Jeremy was asking about it, and he didn't realize he was actually asking about it. Here you go, Jeremy. That's what I got. Of course. I took them upstairs for no good reason. Alright, discs are in hand. Yeah, I realized that Sinclairs are what some people grew up on. In fact, no doubt someone grew up using this until their dad got them the Amiga 1000. Because the same coworker that gave me the Amiga 1000 actually later said, "Hey, I found this in my attic after more digging. Would you like it?" The thing is, though, these don't output standard NTSC signals, so they're hard to capture. The keyboard on this one is... I mean, I did get all the adhesive off the circuit board, but there's broken traces, I believe. Well, yeah, there's broken traces on some of the pads. I cannot find replacements for the ZX80 of these, so I'm going to have to make my own adhesive panel. And I'm not even sure it's the SRAM that's bad. And because they're not NTSC standard, yeah, they're annoying to work on. Especially for me to try to plug it into a capture device and show you what I'm doing. Because I won't be able to. I'll have to point a camera at a TV. That's the only way you'll be able to see what I'm doing. I've already tried it. I do not have any capture devices that are forgiving enough for the timing of a ZX80. It's not going to happen. Alright, so I have one of my games that I got at VCF East. I paid a whopping $5 for this one. The seller's initials were JVS, so I don't know who that is, but if you sold some games in manila envelopes with typed titles on them, and your initials were JVS, then greetings. I bought some of your games. So, what game is this that I put in the drive right now? It is Sargon 2. I also have Nova Blast and Moonsweeper. But since it is midnight, instead of doing my usual lead up to the good game, well, we're just going to go straight for Sargon 2. Because that's supposedly the good game. The other two games that are probably not good, then, well, they'll just wait till later. Jeremy, oh yeah, Jack 68K. So Jack 68K doesn't have a Sinclair in his collection, or if I wanted one, you want the hilariously large external RAM expansion module that if you sneeze, then it moves the expansion cartridge slightly, which causes you to the bus to crash and you lose your program. Yep, that would be the memory cartridge. And maybe I was slightly exaggerating by you sneeze and you lose your memory, but let's see, Jeremy, you've gone down the rabbit hole with the Sinclair computers and you've learned a lot on how to get one to work the way you want it. That includes having a composite out. Oh, well, Jeremy, I have a composite out on this microAce. It's using a tiny comp. The problem is, it is not an NTSC standard output. The timing is not right. Clive Sinclair, in all his genius, is using the Z80 processor to draw the video, and the timing loops and such are that it is not the timing is off. It's not actually it's a TV will happily sync because it's close enough, but a modern capture device will not sync because it is too far off. That's my problem. I've done the composite mod on it. It works on a TV. The other problem is the Z80, the ZX80, because it is British. The ZX80 and its clones. The other problem is there is no back porch, or the back porch is wrong on the video signal, so the black levels are all screwy, and which also makes it hard to see. I actually had to do the mod on this to invert the colors. That helped somewhat. It's more effective on a TV. But yeah, the capture device, I've already done the mod. So, which I think the tiny comp is 2 resistors in the 3904. I've done the mod. But the video signal is not a standard video signal. The timing is off. Modern capture devices will not lock onto it. So, it's CPU dependent CRT refresh, and instead of drawing the screen at like 29.97, I'd have to look it up. It's been so long since I looked it up, but anyway, the timing is off. The timing is off more so than other retro computers. So why couldn't retro computers use standard keyboard layouts? Then I wouldn't have to be hunting for the keys. Of course, you know I'm kidding. Half the fun. Uh-oh. Oh. Jeremy, I don't know that running it through an old VCR is going to fix the problem. I don't know. Also, I don't have an old VCR to try it. Also, most of the time when I see old VCRs, in thrift shops. They're not in a condition that makes me really want to buy it. Well, okay, that's not entirely correct. I actually do have a VCR, but it's built into a TV, so it has no video out. If you're wondering why the device not present error was there, it's because I forgot to plug the IEC cable into the Commodore 64, a slightly important requirement. Oh, that's better. Okay. Searching for star followed by loading. When ready appears on the screen, type run and press return. I want a time-based corrector. The cheapest way to get one is an old high-quality VCR. Well, there's the problem. All the VCRs that show up in thrift shops around here are not the high-quality VCRs. They're the cheap garbage VCRs. Probably because the high-quality ones go quickly, and you've got to be there. But will a time-based corrector fix the fact that the ZX80's video output is not... The timing is wrong. I mean, the timing is wrong in that it's like it's drawing the screen. Okay, what's it doing? I thought Sargon 2 was a different game. Sargon is chess. Well, that doesn't look like chess. That looks... Wrong video chip for the sprites? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I have the wrong video chip? Also, the music sounds like it's running fast. Is this a PAL game? Well, it doesn't say PAL anywhere. I thought Sargon was the, battle game. What am I thinking of? The one that has the really cool soundtrack that everyone adores. Well, by golly, if I knew this was a chess game, I would have gone to, Nova Blast, which... I don't want a chess game. How would I get the wrong video? Yeah, I'm like... That makes no sense. I mean, the game disc doesn't say PAL or NTSC. I thought a C64 was a C64, other than PAL and NTSC. Oh. Archon? Sargon. English is hard. I got fooled by a word that rhymes with Archon. Okay, now, boy, do I feel dumb. Don't some of the C64s have old video chip guts? Well, I know the Amiga 1000 shipped with the version that didn't have the super half bright or whatever they called it. Not all the games will run across all the models. First 100,000 C64s, but it would show mostly correct. So, how would I know if I've got one of the first 100,000 C64s? I mean, I've got serial number P01005181. I've got one of the first 100,000 C64s, don't I? Let me guess. I probably have the last one that had the old video chip. That's my luck. Oh well. Okay, let's try Nova Blast. Because I want to see at least one game run. Otherwise, I'm going to be afraid there's something wrong with my VIC chip and have to go find a new one. Alright, load. Nova. Blast. Comma 8, comma 1. I'm following the manual. Don't judge me for typing in long things. File not found error. Well, Soupy, I didn't know you had totes of C64 software. Or I would have asked. Now you can tell I've never really used a C64. Okay, I typed in exactly what the manual said to type in. And why couldn't they just come up with a standard way of doing this? Well, that's not very nice of them. The manual clearly shows a hyphen. The manual did not say load star, comma 8, comma 1. It said load Nova hyphen blast, comma 8, comma 1. Yeah, who reads the manual? Well, the person that bought the game with the manual in a manila envelope. I mean, at least the floppy disk jacket for this game is probably the original one. For whatever that's worth. And I think I'm now seeing exactly how slow these 1541 floppy drives are. Why didn't they just put that in the manual? That would have been so much simpler. And correct. I'm going to write to iMagic, Consumer Affairs in Los Gatos, California, and I'm going to let them know their manual's wrong. What? Yeah, it might be standard, but that's not what iMagic put in their manual. Oh, they even have a toll-free number. I'm going to call their toll-free number and let their Consumer Affairs department know their manual's wrong. Okay, there we go. Well, that actually looks nice. Now, let's see. I wonder if the manual's correct in how to play the game. Shall I try my luck? Let's see here. When Nova Blast title appears, select game skill level. Press joystick in the desired direction to steer Nova 1. Well, I don't have a joystick. So if I go to Cadet, and then of course, I don't have a joystick, so I can't play this game. I think maybe I'll let the Consumer Affairs Department know that not only is their manual wrong, but I'm disappointed they don't have keyboard control. Maybe for Nova Blast 2.0, maybe they'll consider fixing the manual and also adding keyboard controls. All right, well, I've got one other game. It's also an iMagic title. So I'm going to presume the manual's wrong and how to start the game. Oh yeah, it probably is wrong because they tell you to type some really long file name on the disk, so it probably is completely wrong. And is there any even use of me booting this other game? Let me see if it... Does it mention anything about controls? I don't have a joystick for the Atari either, Sloopy. Oh, this... oh well. Moonsweeper requires a joystick too. Okay, well, it's also 20 after, so... On that, lack of hardware disappointment note, it's time to draw the live stream to a close. Sloopy's asking me, how do I play my Atari 2600? I don't have an Atari 2600. I have an Atari 400. And I don't have a joystick for it either. I have a TI 99 4A, but I don't consider its controllers joysticks. I consider them pieces of garbage. They are absolutely, truly awful. So, yeah. So, the good news is the C64 works. The PLA 20V2 or PLA 20V8 project has saved my Commodore 64 from the scrap bin. Not that I would have scrapped it, but like other C64s that are broken, it might save them too. It was pretty easy to build, and yeah. Sloopy, I don't have an Atari 2600. I just don't. It's... Do you know how much Atari 2600s go for around here? It's like insane. I actually did try to buy one at an estate sale. Actually, no, I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Because even at the... Oh, no, I think... I don't remember if I did or not. Maybe I was at an estate sale, and I think they wanted $150 for it. And it wasn't even like an original Atari 2600. And you could make a bid for it if no one bought it at the estate sale, but your bid had to be at least 50% of their asking price. So that's what I bid because that was all I was willing to pay. Because I thought what they were asking was crazy, but obviously I didn't win it, so that means someone bid more. I'm like, uh, um, so Sloopy, do I have a joystick for a Commodore? No. Atari? No. Sega Genesis? No. Amiga? No. Atari ST? No. Do I have a Sega Genesis? No. Do I have an Atari ST? No. My Amiga didn't come with a joystick. My Atari didn't come with a joystick, and my Commodore didn't come with a joystick. I have no joysticks for these computers. I'm boring sometimes. So, well, Jeremy, I live in an area of the state where the pawn shop is actually a really nice place, but their prices also match how nice it is. So I know I have no joy. Chris thought he was going to sleep, but he turned back in. So, assuming Chris remembers to remind me on Saturday and maybe keeps an eye out for me, apparently I need some joy sticks. My box just got bigger. Okay, seriously, Sloopy. If I need to chip in a little extra for shipping, let me know. Because also you need to get me the address I need to send the money for that 6309 processor. Oh, oh, I think I saw that, Chris. For under $300. Well, my budget this weekend is just a little bit less than that, so yeah, I'm gonna have to like, I won't be able to swing that. I'm going to have to just wait. In Winchester, West Virginia. Oh man. Oh, Winchester. Yeah, probably Winchester, Virginia. Yes. Um, because I think once you get to West Virginia, it's more like Harper's Ferry and Charlestown. Not to be confused with Charleston, but Charlestown. Two words. Oh, they just lowered the price. Yeah. So Jeremy, that particular pawn shop wanted $40 for the box. It was in Austin, Texas. It sat for 6 months before you bought it. Yeah, the pawn shop in our area. I mean, there might be another one if I go look, but there's a really nice one that they're different than other pawn shops in that it looks more like a retail presence than a pawn shop, but that also their prices are a bit higher and they know what they're selling. So I probably won't walk in and find a box of carts because the games they have are the ones that are nice enough to put on the shelf and not just be in a box of carts. So yeah, I'll have to go to some other city and go to the pawn shop to try to get a box of carts cheap. So it's about an hour from there. Oh, that would be cool. Cool, Chris. Yeah, we could explore them. I could even I tell you what, if I remember, I will even grab the one. I do have one thing for the Atari 2600, and I am interested to know for myself exactly how bad it is. And that is I do have a copy of ET. That was the one thing I did buy from that estate sale because the ET cartridge was in really good shape and I wanted it for my wall of infamy. It may actually not work. I don't know. I can't play it. I don't have a 2600, but yeah. Yeah, this weekend I got my priorities for the swap meet and I need to buy some sundries for my projects coming up. That's kind of my priority for the swap meet is sundries. So yeah, if I hadn't like done something silly like bought a couple other things, then I'd have a higher budget for this weekend. But I I forgot there was even a swap meet, and I bought some things that I probably would have waited for the swap meet had I remembered about it. And so I'm like, yeah, my budget that I'll let myself spend for the swap meet went down because I spent it on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. And Mercari. I did buy something off Mercari, and actually, it just surprisingly, it it arrived in great condition, and it was definitely well packaged. Where's the swap meet? It's up in Hunt Valley, Maryland, just north of Baltimore. It's the System Source swap meet. If you go to the VCF website, then you'll it has all the details. But yeah, Chris and I are gonna go up to the swap meet. Ooh, nice. Huge lot of Atari 2600, 5200, 7800, Winchester, Virginia. 100 plus games, 5 consoles, all untested and as is. Only has one power supply for the 2600. Uh, Chris, if you grab that, I think I might. I have a power adapter for an Atari that I don't own because I bought something that came with the wrong power adapter, and it might actually be a power adapter for the 7800. So if you do go grab that, let me know, and I'll grab the power adapter that I think actually goes to a 7800, and then we can at least try that out. Because I think it uses a different power adapter than the 2600. Yeah, I think it was the power adapter that came with my 1050 floppy drive that I determined was actually the wrong power adapter, and I think someone looked it up, and I think it might be the 7800 power adapter. So, you can't type the word. Well, Chris, I can't. Yeah, I can't type the word. Some words sometimes, anyways. So, anyways, yeah. Oh, I read the description. I thought it. Oh, okay. Now that I read that, you're right, Chris. I think I do read that. If I read that again, and I think you are correct that it's two 2600s, but only one power supply for them. Yeah. And Jim and I mean, that looks like a nice set. Cool. Well, Chris. Well, I mean, the offer still stands. If you do go grab that, and you do realize that the 7800 seems to be missing a power adapter, I'll 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 grab it. I'll grab it and I'll bring it with me. It's not doing me any good. I don't have a 7800. So, but yeah. So, anyways, yeah. My goal for the swap meet this weekend is the sundries that I need for some builds that cost a lot to ship. Not because they're heavy, but because they're tiny. So, yeah, there's the irony of all ironies that the things that it's not the fact that shipping's I mean, granted, it's probably relatively cheap, but when you need more than like one seller has because they might have only one of them, then it adds up. So I'm looking for those sundries. Yep, Jeremy, the 7800 is better than the 2600, but well, the 7800 supposedly plays 2600 games. Cool, Chris. Given your negotiating skills, I wish you luck. That sounds about right on what I would offer. But I need some sundries. So my priorities are uh memory modules, potentially processors, Trident video cards. I mean, of course, I'll probably end up with the Trident video card. An Epson Action Printer 5000, other like heat sinks, fans, cables, miscellaneous. Yeah, I just like I need the sundries, the things that I don't really want to have to buy and pay shipping for. So yeah. Cool. Well, Sloopy, if you do meet up with us, then yeah, cool. But yeah, but yeah. So for those of you that are in, I guess, the Baltimore area or close enough to driving, yeah, it's the System Source swap meet. I think it's there at the parking lot at System Source. I think vendors start at 7. I think the gates open for buyers at 8, and I guess it goes until folks are done. So I guess I don't know how long. I don't know if they actually have official ending date. I think Chris was mentioning something that I guess at some point folks will just start packing up because sales slow down or whatnot. So, but yeah, we will. Yeah. So yeah, if you're there, keep an eye out for me. I'll be wearing my cap. I gotta remember. I've got a set of speakers for Steve, and it goes till 2 p.m. Okay. Or when, yeah, it goes till 2 p.m. or when folks are done. Yes, that's probably a good way of putting it. I think they're also having a repair clinic as well. I think there is a sign up on the website. So if you go to the VCF website, I think there's a sign up for the repair clinic. I don't know exactly what that entails, but I do know the repair clinic is actually Saturday and Sunday. And the day of the swap meet, the repair clinic starts after the swap meet's over, and then on the other day it starts at like 8 a.m. So, because Sunday is the rain date for the swap meet. So, anyways, yeah. So if the rain date happens, then the swap meet would actually be Sunday, and the repair clinic starts at 8 a.m. Saturday. But if the swap meet's Saturday, and I embarrassingly haven't looked at the weather forecast. So if the swap meet's Saturday, then the repair clinic starts, I think, at like sometime after 2 on Saturday, and then would be 8 a.m. Sunday. If you want more details on the repair clinic, you'll have to go to their website because I don't really know what that entails. I've never been to it. And, oh, and Chris says you can tour the museum too. So anyways. Yeah. All right. Well, anyways. So this is great. My C64 lives again. Adam did think the SID sounded odd, so I'll have to Jeremy. Oh. No comment. No comment. Yeah, I'm Chris's house is actually on the way to the swap meet. I would have to drive well past the swap meet to get to Sloopy's. yeah, Sloopy's like the opposite direction. So, I don't know exactly where in the state because I didn't look at a map, but I do know that to get to VCF East, we practically, we stopped at his place on the way back. It wasn't really that far off the path, but yeah, I think where the swap meet is, yeah, we'd have to go Sloopy's in the opposite direction because the swap meet is actually kind of like on the northwest side of Baltimore, and yeah, if VCF East is kind of up the East Coast, so oh, I not. Oh, and there's a micro center up that way. Interesting. Well, interesting. Anyways, yeah, I think it'll be cool. Yes, Jack 68K. I'm sure that whatever follows me home, I will show off, assuming it's just not like a bag full of IDE cables. I do know that I think Mike Stanhope of Mike's Mac Shack, also potentially known as Mike's Mess now. I think he had a couple parts laptops for me. So I may actually have some things worth showing. Because I know Trina sent me one, and then I think Mike had some, but I have let Mike know I'm coming, so if that is the case, we'll see. And oh yeah, there's a micro center near Chris. Oh, okay, yeah. And then and then I have a set of speakers for Steve, which I'm looking for just the right bag to put them in to give to Steve? I have an idea. And I might just have to ask my neighbors if they have said bag. I don't know why, but I think it'd be totally hilarious to give Steve the speakers that I got for him, because I saw him in the thrift shop, and Steve was like, "Yeah, I think I should get those." I think it'd be hilarious to give them to Steve in one of the black bags that the ABC store puts alcohol in, so he can hide them from his wife as he carries them in the house. But I'm kind of embarrassed to ask people if they have one of those bags, so it's probably just going to go in a standard grocery bag. So, yeah, if I can manage to come across one of those bags with a minimum of embarrassment of asking people if they have a black bag from the ABC store, then Steve is so going to get those speakers in a black bag. And my official story is, well, it's so that you could hide them from your wife as you carried them down to the basement. And who said I don't have a sense of humor? It's just... Chris did realize there is a Micro Center up there. Anyways, I'll let you all know if I do manage to find a one of those black bags from the ABC store with a minimum of embarrassment. So, I'll get a picture of Steve with the bag in his hands. Yeah, and if Steve's watching this, he's probably like, "Oh, Justin." and with that, before I get any worse ideas, I think it's probably time to call the stream to an end. So, anyways, I'm glad you all could join me. I know I will definitely see some of you this weekend. And hey, Retro Tech Dan. Yeah, no, it's there's always you join and then you realize that I've been going for 41 minutes longer than I had intended to. So yeah, it's 12:41. I do have to work tomorrow, and I do also have to drive to Chris's house tomorrow night so that we can get to the swap meet fresh and early in the Blue Beast or whatever Chris called it. Because we did at least decide that we're not taking the family trickster. Because we don't need to carry that much. So yeah, so anyways, I'm just trying to make sure I have trying to make sure I have my mouse in the right place, because I might have flubbed the start of this live stream, but I'd rather not flub the end. Take care, have a great rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy, and ever-changing views, and computer terminology, Commodore